This conference will now be recorded.
Tonight, welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, or Stars International. And we're rolling. How you doing, Land? Hey, Kathy, Dee, Dan, callers.
Who's all the noise from? Your favorite?
I don't see any noise happening yet. Good evening once again. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host. Okay, something we still have to keep in mind is the Billboard campaign. It's still very much alive, and you can either donate at targetedmassachusetts.org or you can donate with Ella, Freedom for TIs. But that's something that has to be taken care of because that really did get a solid message out there. Oh, you can always support your favorite conference at https:// targetedmassachusetts.org. There's a PayPal button there. Things get expensive, especially this time of year. And we still have a young lady in trouble. She's from Greenville, South Carolina. And if you want to take down her phone number, you should love to hear from people. Her phone number is 864 747 3575. And she is just looking for some people to talk to because it's been really hard on her. She has 6 children. And we have on the surface a brand new, I shouldn't say brand new, it's actually brand new to us. And that's IARPA. It's Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity. And this is actually a sister organization to DARPA. And they are responsible for quantum machine learning, geospatial intel, artificial intelligence, and speech recognition. And an example is universal translators and transcriptions. They want you to think. Okay, caller 10, you got some noise in the background. As soon as you get it straightened out, feel free to unmute and join us. I did some more research on ODNI. It was created by President George Bush in February 2005 in order to consolidate all 17 intelligence agencies. And this would put them under the central authority of one person and manager. And this necessitated a complete restructuring and repurposing of America's intelligence apparatus, a feat that had never been done before. President Bush chose John Negroponte, a member of the Trilateral Commission. During his 2-year tenure, Negroponte created IAPA to be a technological brainstorming arm to invent surveillance and analysis systems for his department. And another Trilateral Commission member was Admiral Dennis Blair, and he served as DNI under Obama. Feel free to speak among yourselves. I'm just getting some paperwork together until we get some people here.
Hi, Frank. Frank?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. This is Nikki calling from the hospital, calling in.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Can you turn up a little bit?
No, these are payphones here, so.
Okay, that's fine.
Are you hearing me all right?
Yeah, I
No,
sure
really
am.
I wanted to ask you to maybe get, if you could send me Ryan's number. I really want to talk to my family and try to get them on board with what's going on here.
I will talk to your family if you like. I just gave you the options.
Yeah. It's just like at this point with, me being isolated when I go home. It's like I said, I have two sons, and they're doing the mind control to one. My 16-year-old, they're not doing anything to. But my 20-year-old, they're doing where he doesn't know what's going on. He gets very angry. He's been suicidal. And I've been getting the V to K. And it's been going on for a year now. Like I said, this is the first time I've reached out to the community, and I just want to tell everybody out there to reach out to the community when it first starts. I'm doing it a little bit late, but
right.
I thought I was away from it, because like I said, mine's for monetary reasons. I was dating somebody in the Navy, and he put something in my house. It looked like it was like hooked up to my cable, and when I left there and came back, it was gone.
Right.
And from then on, it's just like when I called the fraud department and closed down my bank accounts, they wanted me out of there again, out of Hawaii.
Right.
Every time I went home, didn't hear anything, didn't realize what was going on because this is so unbelievable. You know what I mean? And second time around, I figured it out. And it was the guy that I was seeing in the Navy, and made real sure, because a lot of people think it's people and it's really not. But there was things he said when I went back home. He's like, "Don't come back here," and I'm like, "Why are you saying that?" And the second time I left, he's like, "Be happy you have your health and your kids." So it's like, I don't know if they have something over him. You know what I mean? Because he's so low level, just years in the Navy. I don't know. But, now I've been back in Massachusetts, and I've been hearing things in the background. And, wasn't letting it bother me until like a couple weeks ago, where they hit me hard again, where they were keeping me up all night, and I wasn't eating, and I was isolating again. And my son just started like on the suicide rage again, and it's just like, and both of this started a year ago for me and my son, and at the exact same time, and I knew something was off. But my younger son, I don't know if there's like an age limit to this stuff, but nothing's been done to my younger son.
Okay, he might be out of range at this point in time. Sometimes, believe it or not, physical characteristics such as head size, ear canal, Okay, caller 17, you have to get settled in. As soon as you do, you can unmute yourself by hitting *6. Yeah, ear canal characteristics, head size, there's a lot of different reasons why somebody will not get V2K and why others do. Sometimes you're just not configured right.
Yeah, I think with my older son, they just wanted him to go against me. If he heard stuff, maybe he would have believed me too. So I think with him, they're just putting him into a rage and a depression, you know, and using it against me because the rage is against me for absolutely no reason. And, you know, like I said, it's just like, you know, most of the people that I've talked to a couple people, and it's a lot of women, and like I said, I had a business for 18 years, and they knew that I just sold it. So it's just really scary to me that I believe mine are for monetary reasons, and you know, every time I shut down my accounts, they did not want me in Hawaii. They wanted me out of there, and so I thought I was safe at home, and you know, they just hit me again a couple weeks ago. And, you know, there's a lot of, you look up the jobs out there for role players, and it's like the role players don't even know what they're doing. Like I heard them say to some people, oh, it's a movie, or like these people that are doing street theater don't even know why they're doing it, basically, you know. And I just don't know what to do at this point. You know, I'm going home Wednesday, and
Okay.
I just wanted your support and maybe Ryan's support of
Yes.
talking to my son or my father. You know, I came in here. I wasn't stupid enough to say I was hearing stuff.
Right.
But I needed to be around people. I needed to recharge, eat, and get some sleep because that's what they do. Like out in Hawaii, I was getting hit with a little bit of stuff, but it was the same thing. It was like I was nauseated all the time. I wasn't eating. I was forcing myself to eat because I knew what was going on. But still, like the nights, they keep you up. And I have sleep medication to sleep, but it doesn't work when they do that to you, you know? And, you know, just like saying we're going to come blow your brains out and your kids' brains out. And I'm not scared because I am more concerned for my son at this point if this keeps happening to him. And, you know, I want to go get tested. You said there's some testing that can be done now?
Yes. We have actually one of the doctors who has done the investigative and diagnostic work on the Cuban diplomats.
Yeah.
So it's definitely somebody who knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
They developed brand new equipment at the cost of millions
Yeah.
to develop this brand new equipment. And they know what they're doing. I assume that he is going to, at some point, connect with some of his colleagues that helped him with this work.
Uh-huh.
So yes, I would highly recommend it. I have this
Yeah.
information as soon as my files update.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, that's something
was,
I'm definitely going to do. Like I said,
yeah,
I just, like, I really don't care about myself, but this is being done to my son now. And it's like, I'm not scared of them, you know what I mean? And I've kept in touch with the guy that I was seeing, pretending that nothing's going on, just to try to find out more information somehow, or just read them, or something, you know. And because I didn't want to accuse anybody that was innocent, but from the stuff that he has said to me, the timing, it's a definite that he is involved. I just don't know if they have something over his head, or what.
I would say at this point in time, uh, you have to sit him down and talk with him. Is he to the point where he is like disgusted with everybody and he's upset with you because you're in this situation, or?
No, he thinks everything's fine now. Like, I have pretended just to try to trip things up. And when I was in Hawaii and I was acting like everything was fine and it was just me, I found out that he was going to a place called ResearchGate. It's a hospital or army area. Right before this was happening every night. So I don't know if he was trained there or what. I knew the apartment in my neighborhood where I think the handler was at. But now I'm back in Massachusetts and have no idea. I know, like, I went to Europe last summer, and again, I could hear things in the background, like they were watching me, but not doing full on, voice to skull or anything. And then I caught something on my phone, and because you can't catch the voice to skull on your phone. But so I
No.
knew they were in my neighborhood a couple weeks ago because I actually caught the girl saying she's recording us. And that's what I wanted to ask you too. If you know anybody that can amplify recordings.
Yes, I do actually, and I have 2 experiments going now to record voice to skull.
Okay.
And
All right.
one is in the form of piezo microphones that strap around your head with Velcro.
Awesome.
And there are 6 units at the present time. 2 of them are directly over the ears. The other 4 are at strategic locations around your head.
Yeah. Like, I know when I was in Hawaii and I was just like so being up for days, and then all of a sudden the handler, I think I mentioned this on the last call when I called 2 days ago, he's like, Nikki, get up and go to the hospital. I'm like, well, why the hell should I listen to you? He's like, there's a zapping going down. If it goes near your heart, go to the hospital. And he told me to go to this hospital that I didn't even know the hospital. You know what I mean? He's like, there won't be a wait in the waiting room. I don't know if like something did happen. They don't want to be caught. And then they're telling me, it's all Navy, but I feel like it's an offshoot. I know 2 people that I believe were involved that got kicked out of the Navy, and I know a lot is private contracting companies, security companies that are contracted that want people with security clearances.
Okay, what I will tell you is a lot of people feel it's somebody close by, and they find out it's somebody a nation away, or at least a few states. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that they haven't been here for the last 8 months. I could hear in the background, but I caught the girl on the recording because you can hear, like, they're in their apartment or wherever. They could have been in Hawaii. I think the handler was still in Hawaii because I could hear the bed creaking of whatever they were holding, But yeah, it just seems like they're hitting me hard again when, I didn't mind hearing stuff in the background. I thought they were done, but I think where there's money involved, they're just going to like keep going and keep threatening, and that's what I'm scared of. And have pinned my family so against me that it's like it's isolating. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to play along at this point till I can sit them down and say, look, these are my files from the hospital. There's nothing in my system. And try to just have a rational talk with my father, at least, that I need the support of them right now and the support of you guys. I'm really reaching out here because I'm really scared of what's going to happen when I go home.
Yeah, you can consider us your new family, and I hope that things work out for the best.
Yeah, I'm just scared because my son has been really like suicidal, and just a mother knows their son, and it happened the same month that I was getting the voice to skull, and he was in Massachusetts at the time, and I was in Hawaii, so obviously he was out in Hawaii with me, but it started the same month in Massachusetts that the voice to skull started with me in Hawaii, so. And your own brain, like at 48 years old, nobody's going to turn schizophrenic. Like, you just know,
Exactly.
You've never had a problem in your life, and then one day just all of a sudden something like that, it's just crazy.
Yeah, it is. The cutoff point for schizophrenia, I believe, is somewhere around 35 to 38 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
That's early onset disease. It's not
Right.
something that happens later on in life at all.
Right, right. And you know what I mean? It's just like, and you just don't go nuts one day, and people saying we're going to take all your money and trying to get me to put my pins into my phone to get into my bank account. You know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know.
Well, you have to understand that most of this is rhetoric.
Yeah.
99.99% is rhetoric.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that fall prey to what these people are saying because it's such a phenomenal thing.
Yeah.
So some people believe every word that's said.
Yeah.
But the
See,
truth
I'm
of the
not.
matter is that every word they say is a lie.
Right, right.
And they will do anything and everything to trip you up. If
Right.
you say you're Catholic, they'll say, well, they're Protestant.
Right.
If you say you're Jewish, they'll say they're anti-Semitic. You know, it's just
Right, right. I
one
understand.
big
Yeah.
ring of lies.
Right, right. It's just like, you know, and no matter what they say, it doesn't bother me. But what's going on with my son is really bothering me, and the no sleep, and when they hit you with that, and you know, I'm eating fine, and then all of a sudden, like I'm nauseous, and then all the stuff starts up again, just like it did in Hawaii. You know, where when I first came home, I could hear in the background. You know, I tried not to listen. I could really avoid it at that time until they started hitting me with the no sleep again and the eating and the you know and I'm not scared of their threats, but what I'm seeing my son go through and knowing what it is really scary. That's what scares me.
How old? What's his age now?
His age is 20.
Yeah, that's a dangerous age
Yeah, yeah,
because
and,
he's at the point where he's at a crossroads. He's trying to probably find out what he wants to do with his life,
yeah,
unless he already
yeah,
knows. And there are so many things that enter into it. But if he
right.
starts hearing the V2K, if he hasn't heard it already, I think he probably has.
I
That's my
think in the
opinion.
beginning he had, but he's like,
Yeah.
Mom, I was just hearing stuff. It's not real what you're talking about. It was just me. And then they stopped doing the V to K to him and just made him angry after that. You know, but
The V2K is what's making him angry.
okay.
Because that's what they do. They try and heat you up to the point where you're boiling over.
They're
And
trying
that's what
to
they do.
turn him against me. Like the rages are like, and he was perfectly fine before that too. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
just
Yeah.
that same month, they wanted to isolate me from everybody. You know, and they did a good job at it. They definitely did a good job at it, and I want to save him from whatever he's going through. We'll go to any lengths to you know to do whatever, get tested, do whatever I can.
Yeah. If he is in Miami,
No,
and like I
he's with
say,
me now back in Massachusetts.
I meant the
But
doctor to get
oh
checked
no,
out.
the doctor. I'll fly down to Miami easily. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that for those who really don't have the money for plane fare, which we have to check. I don't know. It might be cheap this time of year.
Yeah.
But that's my intention. I'm going to fly down too.
Yeah, I'm definitely am. I'm going to do as much as possible. And I'd be really interested on your recording stuff or amplification too.
Right. And we can try and clean up a recording that you have to see what's there.
Yeah, because it's just on a regular phone recording thing.
Okay. Okay, that's not good. Outside parameters. Yeah, if I thought that we might be able to charter a bus heading south from,
Yeah.
we'll say, I don't know, somewhere in the New England area, all the way south and stop along the way. But I'm not sure how that would work out and who would actually come, because I've been in positions in the past where people just don't show up.
Yeah.
And
I'm in Frank, I'm in Tarpon Springs. I would jump on, and I'm actually currently staying at a hotel that we could probably book people at for a stopover on the way.
Okay, and this is
Journey.
Oh,
I made
that's
it
right,
to
too.
Florida. I'm in Florida now.
Okay, that's fantastic. Well, you're, depending upon where you are, you're like 300 miles away from Miami.
Right. But it is on the way, right?
Yep, it sure is. If you're in Daytona, we'll say, because I lived in Daytona for 5 years. That's
actually,
about
I'm on the west coast, close to Tampa.
Okay, well, you can shoot across.
I don't have a car. I was thinking if you're headed through, I could jump on. And also, if y'all wanted to stop over here, I'm staying and potentially working at a hotel in Tarpon Springs.
Okay, that's something to consider. As soon as my files update here, I just got actually back into Massachusetts. As soon as my files update, they're starting to, I will come up with the information on the doctor's exact address.
Yeah. So will you think of going recently soon, Frank, or?
I don't know. I have to see what the doctor's plans are, and how far is he booked. There's a lot of things that enter into it. I put a call into him.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to get back to me. So.
And, the weather here is great. It's going to be 82 all week. For a week, it'll be 82 into the new year. And then after into the new year, it's going to go back down to the 60s.
Okay. Well.
Better than Massachusetts.
60s in Massachusetts is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah.
For this
82 is the high. 82, 83 all week.
I heard that Ryan was able to talk to his family, and they finally started to believe him.
Yeah, well, I spent a lot of time with Ryan, actually. And,
yeah, I couldn't. The number that she gave me, I couldn't get through to Ryan. But,
okay, I'll put it.
Yep.
Let me see. You don't have any email.
I don't have your email, no.
Okay. I really am not authorized to give that out over the.
Oh yeah, no, I understand, especially or if you could give him my number or the numbers here, or.
Okay, let's have your number. I already have it, but.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You want the number at the hospital, or?
Whatever you think is best.
Yeah, well, I'll be here till Wednesday, and the number at the hospital is 781-586. Oh God, my glasses are horrible here. Hold on. I think I left it on your voicemail. All right, 586-9740 or 781-586-4993. And you have my name. I just didn't want to say it.
Yeah, I know where you are too.
Yeah. So if you just ask for me, they'll come grab me.
I mean, I know what hospital you're at.
Yeah.
Just by the number. Yeah. Well, actually, no, I really don't. Not with a 781.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be getting out Wednesday, and I just wanted to get this set up to talk to my family when I get out. I could get out earlier, but I just want to really recharge first and be ready.
Well, that's a good idea. Make sure you're prepared,
Right.
because they will give you a number of things to calm you down. They might set you up with an anti-anxiety med.
No,
Because
they have,
they
because
have.
I
Okay.
told them I came in here, because problems with my son, and it's been really so. They're working with me on that, and they're gonna set up some family counseling when I go home with him to try to work things out with his anger and suicide. Um, so that's what I'm working on here, and then the other end of working with you and Ryan about the other stuff.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
now this is Ryan P., right, from the North Shore, Mass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to
Yeah,
make
the
sure.
one she said he talked to his family, and they finally, I think he told him to read this book. I
Yeah.
forget what book it was, and they finally started to believe him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was Deciphering the Matrix, I think was the book by Robert Duncan.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I can't be positive, but
All
I
right.
remember speaking to him about that book.
All right.
And we
Yeah.
did
So,
meet last April 18th, and we're supposed to get together again here shortly.
yeah.
I've got like okay, Ryan's on the call. I keep forgetting his handle. So I'm going to get these numbers to him
Okay. Great.
right now. In the books, I guess, were Kathy Meadows.
Kathy Meadows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that wasn't such a good idea.
What?
Oh, it went out public.
Oh.
Okay.
What the phone numbers, or I mean, I
Yeah.
know the phone
Mm-hmm.
numbers. It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah. At this point in time.
right. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'd like to let you know we were going to have a V2K call this evening at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
That was impossible. It wasn't doable.
Okay.
But every Friday evening at 6 p.m. Eastern until 9 p.m. Eastern, we
Yeah.
will be having a V2K call.
Okay.
And
Great.
that will be strictly for those who have V2K. No one else has to get involved or
Okay.
listen, because it's just going to be straight talk.
Yeah.
I have it 24/7 myself.
Or do you? How long have you had it for?
7.25 years.
Wow.
And it's no fun. It really
No,
isn't.
it's not. It's not.
And they have some pretty vicious attacks they can do. And they are actually, they can numb your whole head and
Really?
make you feel like total trash
Yeah.
if they
I
want
feel
to.
like
But
total trash. They keep
yeah,
me up, and I got sleeping pills, and it's like it doesn't even work when they're doing that. It does not even
yeah.
work.
Just don't double the dose, but maybe take.
I have a cheap fix for that actually. Take a 5-gallon bucket and wrap about 5 layers of Radiant Guard and and put duct tape inside of it for eddy current and just stick your head in there when you're sleeping.
There's an idea.
It works.
Does it?
Yeah, I use a sponge for a pillow.
Uh-huh.
So,
And how are you breathing?
well, the bucket has a hole on the end of it. It's not the most comfortable for breathing, but
Yeah.
you can still breathe. I would probably a CPAP machine might be best. I'm probably gonna order one soon. But like last night, they were hitting me pretty hard. Like it fell off my head. Then I woke up, put it back on, and it stopped. Because it falls off when you're sleeping. So I got to figure that part out next.
Yeah.
Maybe we cut if that stops V2K. I haven't seen anything that stop it yet.
No, it doesn't stop V2K. It stops that attack when you're sleeping at night. It makes your whole head vibrate. It's the one that makes you like super tired when you wake up. I think it's brain entrainment is what it's called.
Yeah.
Well, brain
They download
entrainment.
your brain. What are you doing again?
Hi, Ange.
You take a 5-gallon bucket, then you buy Radiant Guard, and you wrap it around like 5 times. So you have like 5 layers thick, which Radiant Guard's like triple thick foil, but it blocks like 99% RF. Then you put duct tape, but you have to put duct tape around it because duct tape has rubber on it, so it blocks the eddy currents. Then I just take a sponge and I duct tape it to the inside and use it as a pillow.
And you sleep with your head in the bucket that's wrapped around the Radiant Guard and the duct tape.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, well, I had a magnet today that's attached to. I only have one really heavy magnet, so I had it attached to like a bedpost, and I was reading on MorgellonsCure.com with this guy named Mike. He's down in Brownsville, Texas, and he says he has a cure for it. And he says everybody who comes to see him, what they do is they take these magnets and they polarize their and they can actually, you have to have 2 of them though, but it kind of helps. But I try everything.
I would look at his reviews online, Mike Chapela, look up fraud and all that. He's got a bunch of bad reviews.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything that comes close to stopping it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
I'm in a metal building right now that's all metal, and I'm not being attacked in here, but I can still hear stuff.
Can I say something about magnets?
Go right ahead. This is Journey.
Hey, this is Journey. The magnet thing may or may not have anything to do with what you guys were talking about, but it is true that if you get the magnet current right through the body, in other words, if you wear north up on your right hand and south up on your left hand, then what happens is that it creates a circuit within the body utilizing the magnetic polarities, which actually does help your health. But it's important to get the polarity right, because if you have it reversed, then that's potentially harmful to your health. But in regards to your health, that may or may not have anything to do with, defending against V2K. That's what little I know about magnets.
Okay, what I do know about them is that they haven't helped anybody that I've heard of, or else would see front page news.
Well, they helped me, but in regards to my health, and in regards to the way I feel, and in regards to my energy field.
And I think it's the way that you use them too. I mean,
Correct.
He said that most people, like you said, you have to really place them in the proper position. And
Correct.
they have to polarize. Yeah, they have to polarize each other, and then you reverse them. So it's kind of like a science just to use them.
Basically, it creates a circuit in the body that actually helps regenerate cells.
Right, and if you don't use them correctly, you're right. He actually told me
it reverses it, right? It's not very
him on the
not
phone.
very healthy.
It could increase the network, increase the more gallons and increase the potential of spreading. And
Well-
if you only have one, so 2 is much better than 1.
Okay,
The
I'd just
bucket-
like to interject just a second, Josh.
Yep.
The original source of the first uttering of V2K was Patrick Flanagan's Neurophone. Now, somebody should try, I haven't tried it yet, but the Neurophone, he hooked to each toe, each big toe, and he helped this deaf man to hear. But that's the first way that he hooked the Neurophone up, and that's to the man's toes. And that was the first instance, the first invention of V2K, and Patrick Flanagan invented it while he was in high school.
Did you see, Frank, right in Cambridge, the audio spotlight that they're selling now?
Well, we actually have one that we use.
Yeah.
Are they selling one retail, you mean?
Yeah, retail.
Yeah, you're going to see them in ceilings. The one that we have is a ceiling unit,
Yeah.
and it's supposed to be mounted like in front of a display, we'll say, where they just want you to listen to information
Right,
about
right,
that
for
one
marketing.
display. Right.
Yeah.
But you can still take that same unit, and when it's peaked out, you can hit somebody on the shoulder at 60 yards. So it's
Yeah.
similar in
Right,
design,
Right.
but it's just not
Yeah, it's different.
satellite driven.
So, what I was going to say about the bucket, the main thing that I use it for that it blocks is the active denial attack to my head. They do it usually on my left side of my head or on the top of my head, but most of the time it's on the left side. And you can hear it cracking and popping once it hits it, like it's not going through.
Where are you getting an AD? Where are you getting AD from? I mean, that is like something that you can disperse a crowd in 3 seconds with that.
Active denial. I
Yeah.
was just going off the characteristics of it going through your skin, 116th of an inch, and just the characteristics that I saw in the military times. So it's something similar to the active denial system.
Okay, because most of the pain that you feel, and I'll tell you this straight up, is actually them accessing your brain with ELF, which is
Well-
piggybacked onto something else.
I actually hear it stopping it when I put it over my head. You hear it hitting the bucket and the foil. I know Catherine Horton has similar videos too of it hitting the foil. So it stops it. It's the only thing that
Did you
will
see
stop
her
it.
latest one? She just had one out on Christmas 26th.
Yeah.
You should watch it. It's I feel so bad for her. She was laying there all night just 2 nights ago with the tinfoil over her head and 2 pokey sheets, and she's laying there. And you could hear the popping, and then the shots were hitting her electronic meter, and then she calls it the PCP. I forget the acronym for that, but it's really sad. It was really sad. I felt so bad for her because
Yeah.
she would have known about this bucket.
So it worked for me first, just with like 1 layer of the Radiant Guard, but it started going through. Then it started going through 2 layers, but it can like slowly penetrate it, and it seems like it kind of disperses the signal or it goes wider if you just have a couple layers. That's why I have the duct tape wrapped around it for the eddy currents, because you can feel like the energy.
Do you have a source for that, or is this something you tried? Because we like to provide a source so that people can actually go to that source and get additional information.
For what particular thing?
The bucket idea.
Oh yeah, I can take a picture of it and I'll make a post on it.
Okay,
I've
that'd be
just been
good.
doing it the past couple of days. So
And this stops what, in fact?
this stops the torture signal hitting me in the head. and it seems like it stops the brain entrainment a lot. Or like when you wake up in the middle of the night and your whole head's vibrating and you have a lot of pressure on your head.
Okay, brain entrainment is defined, well defined, and it is actually a speaking voice that is entraining your brain, whether it is done subliminally or in real time in real live voices. These are the entrainment voices.
I just like
your brain listens to your voice.
When I wake up,
yeah,
and I hear them talking, I hear them say, "Oh, he stopped the brain entrainment again." Like I hear them responding, saying that.
Okay, so you do have V2K then?
Yeah.
Okay, what do they talk about?
Lots of stuff. I really don't want to talk about what they talk about, but yeah, they threaten to kill me and stuff all the time.
Yeah, 100 times a day usually.
Yeah,
it's 24/7 every day.
I'll leave my door open and come in. You know what I mean? Like I'm not scared of this anymore.
Yeah.
But it's what they do to you physically that is just the worst part of, you know what I mean? Just trying to handle every day being exhausted.
Yeah, we have people that have been enduring this for 10 years, 20 years. It's been really bad since the year 2000. And then again, 2010, 9 or 10.
Yeah.
That's when all these new DARPA programs came out. And we now have another one, and I just mentioned it earlier, IARPA, IARPA.
So, Frank, is it done by satellite?
Yes, it is.
What's ARPA? IARPA.
Let me see. It's an acronym. It's different than DARPA's. It is Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity.
Is that because of all the money they're getting to fund all these different?
This has actually been around since George Bush was in office, but I've been doing so much research that I'm going farther and farther down the rabbit hole. And I've actually got a new acronym for the leader of all the intelligence in the United States. And I will put this in the chat, but it's real easy. It's ODNI is the acronym. And I've got here DNI.gov. So I'm not sure what the DNI was.
Frank, I wanted to just say hi, and I don't want to use my name for my own safety.
Oh, we know that, Al.
All right, thanks. Yeah, it's just that there are some people locally, and if they should, find us later on and then listen to it and then decide they want to try to break into my house, that's what I have to worry about.
I think that your problem is pretty localized to V2K and what it can do. I don't think I'd be in fear of anyone breaking in.
No, it's a little more than that, I'm afraid. It's, packages, things at the front door, and kind of worse than that. And, it's more like my soul feels as if someone's trying to pull a needle through it. Not very nice.
No, it isn't. The things they do are unreal. Does anybody have a feeling in their lower back on the left side that feels like a dull backache?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, that's one point that they hit.
I got that mattress in my case.
The middle of my spine vibrates sometimes. They've done that to me a few times before.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
me too. But I figured that was both my kidneys, and I went to get checked out, and they said it was not a bacterial issue, and you're fine. So it probably was an attack of some kind, and both my kidneys on the left and the right side.
Now, does this cause inflammation throughout the whole body?
It's actually a false signal coming from your brain. They are accessing your brain. Now, as far as the sexual aspect, which
No,
I'm
I'm
sure...
just inflammation. I got a lot of inflammation in my stomach area. I just
Yeah, I wanted to fill you in on that.
Yeah.
As far as the sexual aspect, they are accessing the pleasure and pain center of your brain.
Okay.
As far as anger, they're trying to get at the fight or flight mechanism that you have.
And make your cortisol levels just go through the roof. Depleted.
And they have control over your esophagus and your stomach. So if you feel any kind of pains on your left side, or you feel you're getting a heart attack, they are working on your esophagus, which is directly behind your heart.
Well, I just got a colonoscopy and then the top part, the endoscopy, and they said that my esophagus and my stomach is very inflamed.
Yeah, and the reason why they do this, it is painful, but they are trying to frighten you into a real heart attack.
Right, right.
By way of anxiety.
Right.
So they're trying to get your anxiety to feed. And it will feed too if
it does, and that's exactly why I came in here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because there was no way if I kept getting hit, I was just like, I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? So I figured get in here, recharge myself, and get ready.
Yeah. I recommend staying up on vitamins. Is one I've used for over 20 years now. It's Emergen-C.
Yep.
And this isn't an ad for it, but it's worked well for me for over 20 years.
I'm huge on the vitamins because I've noticed too that when I'm getting hit, I go pee a lot, and any food that I eat goes right through me, so it's completely depleting me. So I do try to fill up on the vitamins, keep water constantly, you know, so I don't get dehydrated because I get very dehydrated even when I drink a lot of water when they're hitting me.
Good for you. That's a natural calming agent. That's the first thing I do is grab a glass of water.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And that'll
dilute. How about this, Frank? I was at the store today, and I was returning something, and there was this gentleman behind me, and I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, go ahead.
Back to what you want. Okay, and there was a gentleman behind me, and we all know the stories, and I turned around, and he had his phone pointed directly at my back. And it's funny that you mentioned the left side of your lower back.
Yeah.
And I turned around, and he was probably in his late 20s. I was at Carhartt down in Homestead, about 3 o'clock, 3:30. And he had a penguin cap on, turned backwards. And he had his phone directly pointed right at that part of my back. And I was kind of shocked when I turned around, and he was directly behind me. I didn't even know anyone was behind me. And then I turned and I took my items and I returned them. And he picked up this pair of women's jeans. And I go, oh, those are really cute, you know, trying to make conversation. He said, yeah, they are. And I said, they look really good on me. Just trying to make conversation. He goes, yeah, they would. And he had his phone, and the whole entire time he followed me out on his phone. And I'm so mad at myself because normally in a situation like that, I would take my phone and I would take his picture, but I didn't. And on the way home, I started to feel, he kind of followed me to my Jeep, and I had the dog in my Jeep and followed me to my Jeep, and I got in the Jeep and left, and the dog threw up in the car. And I started to feel really like, you know, the whole tingling, the whole sensation came back. And then it was really strange too, because I was parked at a stoplight in East Liberty, and this other strange looking perpy dude was smoking this fluorescent green cigarette, and he had on this like hat, but you could see his those hair that stands straight up in your head, mohawk. You could see his mohawk. And then he looked up and pointed his phone directly at me. And I got home, and all Christmas I was like so overjoyed. Thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God, because I felt no pain Christmas Day or the day after Christmas. When I got home and I walked in the door, boom, it hit me like a ton of bricks. And I thought, I wonder if it's because these two guys were following me. And I had that pain right there, exactly where you say, and right behind me. And I just wonder, when they use their phones like that, what the heck button are they pushing in order to cause that kind of pain or cause anything? What
The only thing that I will say is there is no output feature on that phone that will take that kind of juice. And I can't see how they would derive ELF from there either. So
I mean, is that a coincidence or is that a perp?
I think that's a coincidence. He was probably looking down at his phone at the time.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure after speaking with you at length that you're definitely a satellite candidate.
Okay.
More than you
I
are
don't know.
street theater. It's just my opinion. You can change it at any time. But no, I really think that you're definitely, especially in view of the shots and whatnot that you've gotten, that you are most definitely a V2K attacked person.
Mhm. Right.
So
it was fine for 2 days until it could have been just my mind. Like, I was watching a video last night on, God and Satan and how they can just, pretend that they're doing something and kind of mess with you, and it's how you respond.
They take that same pain, if you will, and they put it on your head, and they numb your head in such a way that you cannot understand it. You don't know what's happening, except for I do, because it's been done before. The perps got out of control a couple of nights ago, and they did it to me before the call, and it was horrendous. I almost called off the call. It was that bad.
Frank, since you've been speaking out more, have they attacked you more or less?
More, but then less at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I've got these two over a barrel. I've got their names, addresses. I don't care to have their phone numbers.
Yeah.
But I know where they are. Okay, caller one. Caller one, we don't need flute lessons. Thank you. Whoever is on caller one probably doesn't realize that their mic's open.
Yeah.
So that happens a lot. Not a big problem. Kevin, are you
Frank,
on here?
another...
Go ahead, Ange.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
I'll be
Ange.
quiet in a minute. Okay.
No.
I called about 2014. I sent in a statement of complaint to Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Department of the State in Harrisburg, and I had everything written out. And it's so strange. Apparently they lost it. So they're telling me to send out another one. And they send it to me in the mail. And there's just so much that you can, overwhelmingly, I could send them like 10,000 pages. I don't know if it's a good idea to fill this stuff out and send it in or not. I mean, what do you think?
I think it is. Okay, we have an echo. I'll find it in a minute. But yes, it is. Because especially, I would say, Catherine Horton's, it's very, very easy to fill out. And at the end, you can supplement your own words. So I would say it's definitely a good survey, and I know you've been working on it. A good affidavit, rather.
Right.
Have you got it about done?
It's all done. I had it notarized at AAA.
Okay, and did you upload the last page and then combine the documents?
I did.
Okay, good.
I don't know if I should send them that affidavit. Do you? I will.
I don't think you have anything to fear from Catherine, because Catherine is out front there getting her head kicked in to try and help not only herself, but she seems to put everyone else first.
Yeah, I know. And she's getting, I loved her last, well, when she was in bed crying and everything, that was so sad. But when she was trying to explain why she was going on her own, and because she was from Transylvania, they use a little bit more, they use the whole Oxford Dictionary. I love it when she flies the F word. I think it's great because she's right. These people with their rockets that went up a while ago in this, I know she would have it on the tip of her tongue, but the rockets crashed, and they were using such high, the language was so Cambridge, Oxford, ivory tower that nobody in the military really, took it in, and everybody was pretty much bored with what they were hearing. And she was so funny. She said that if she just went in and said, "I think that your rockets might just effing blow up," it might have gotten somebody's attention.
Yeah.
And I think she's right.
Yeah, the only reason that's what she does when she's being extremely targeted. I became really convinced in Catherine Horton when I saw her almost cry. She was almost crying during one of her videos, and it was real. I could see the alligator tears ready to come out, but she still hung on and did the video.
Yeah, right.
So.
Yeah, I give her so much credit, and I don't care what she believes in. If she's atheist, God bless her. I mean, God loves her. And I told her that in a comment. God loves you, Catherine. You have an aura that's unbelievable. You're trying to help the whole entire human race. And whether you believe in God, Jesus, and Mary, right now, that might not look good on you, but I personally think that she is strongly loved by God, because she is love. She is a loving person who's trying to just get that love out there and get rid of all these. We're allowed to use the word bastards, I guess, with Melissa Black's, because it was in the Bible. But, I think she's absolutely right. She's just a very strong, very wise woman who will probably be in history someday. She should be in the book down the line. So you think that sending this affidavit into Harrisburg is a good idea?
Sure.
Yeah, and keep up the effort too. I've noticed a lot of times when I get close to accomplishing goals like that, things don't go through a lot of times, and it's such a recurring pattern that it's probably more than speculation in terms of interrupting things that need to happen. So you got to be persistent.
Keep doing it. Okay. Not only in Harrisburg, but downtown. And I think that when she talks about going to court, as far as the judges are concerned, and, you know, even in the Commonwealth and the civil court down in Pittsburgh, I mean, she's absolutely right. You have, you know, your corrupt judges and you have your good judges. Are these judges going to get together and protect people that go pro se? Are they going to try to weed out some of these judges that just don't give up, you know? They need to step up to the plate too. And even though they already are doing their job, they might need to take a couple extra steps to get their colleagues on the same page.
Exactly. It's my understanding that when you complete the affidavit, if there are 4 or 5, or we'll say the golden number 6 affidavits from other people, and you take those to court with you, those affidavits are sworn statements to be the truth. They are signed and they are notarized by an officer of the court. So you have 6 witnesses with you. So what we need to do is network a little bit and find out who is. Hold on a second. We need to find out who is actually. Oh boy, does that bum me out? Who is actually filling these out?
Big time people. Bill Benny. Yeah.
So if you go to court with a half a dozen of those, like Bill Binney, Kirk Wiebe, if you go to court with those signed and sworn, you're going to get somewhere, because those are solid witnesses in affidavit form. It's like they came to court with you and swore on the Bible that that's the whole truth.
How do you start it? Do you go through a civil case first and just take your civil case? Because, you know, there's so much to...
Okay, usually if you go civil first, it looks like you're after money. So the judge automatically looks at that. So what you want to do is try and go criminal first. Oh. Everybody says go civil first, but I was speaking with Rick down Maryland way, and his idea in the whole situation is because he lost a case or knows of somebody who lost a case because he mentioned a monetary value. Journey, your mic's open for some reason.
Yeah, I wanted to say, doesn't it help to go together, as you were saying earlier, in terms of a class action? Or it's also a good way to help somebody like Catherine Horton if she can use that affidavit with her case to back up what she's saying. That's what I was trying to say. If you have the strength to help somebody else, that compassion for somebody else sometimes may motivate you to get done the affidavit, and that would also potentially help you. And strength in numbers is sometimes easier than trying to take it on as oneself. I find myself getting discouraged when I try and can't get anywhere. So with a group like this, or with a class action, or a person like Catherine Horton, to be able to fill out that affidavit and send it to her is something that I think I could do, but I may not have as much strength to just put it together, find a lawyer, try to go to court myself, by myself. But if you can, be strong. Thank you for everything. I'll mute my mic now.
Oh, okay.
Is there a whole class action going on anyhow?
I really don't think so. I'll be right back in 1 minute.
All right.
In 1 minute.
Can I ask?
I don't think there.
Well, there is a class action, top class. The website is topclassactions.com.
Yeah.
Topclassactions.com, and somebody can start a class action through that website, or you can read up on the current completed cases where you might even be able to get some money from some of those.
Well,
or start a new one, or look into the investigations.
Yeah, when I talked to Laura from the Ella Free show, she was saying, and I have to find out where I wrote it. She told me to go there and see something was going on, that there was a whole class action going on.
There's quite a few specific good ones on topclassactions.com.
Okay.
And
TargetedJustice.com is the main one. Over 1,000 people are involved.
Yeah, of course. That's
He doesn't
another
know that,
important.
so we have to get that information.
What is it? Targeted?
I am so ready though. I just want to march in. And I'm so ready to file this darn thing. And I know it's not the way to do it, but who knows? Who knows?
I just hope we're not like years and years away from this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that wants to file an affidavit has to come together and have a good strategy.
Yeah.
I'd like to say something about the lawsuits and how it all works. This is Andrea in Grand Junction, Colorado, and I don't know if any of you have read this book by Martine Rothblatt, and it's called Virtually Human: The Promise and Peril of Digital Immortality. And it's all about, it's also connected to Nick Bostrom, who advised the Bioethics Committee in, I think it was 2016. He flew in from the UK and advised the Bioethics Committee. And he has a book called he's got a book on artificial intelligence, and he's a teacher, I think, out of Oxford in artificial intelligence. He's like the world expert in artificial intelligence and how to keep it from taking over humans, or at least destroying humans. And so this book from Martine Rothblatt on Virtually Human: The Promise and Peril of Digital Immortality, it's about mind clones. And mind clones are something that this is my strong belief, that we've all been mind clones, and we've been mind clones through our health apps in our phones. And not only us, but everybody else, which is basically copying our brains to a neural network server. And from there, you can hive mind them, or you can do anything you want with them. And those brains on those neural network servers, which I believe is in Utah, because the CIA and all these guys have made neural network servers long ago, and they've been able to clone our brains long ago. I don't know when that first happened, but she talks about it in her book. She cloned.
It's obviously not literally you, but they can use that in terms of interrupting and controlling calls, voicemail, texts, things like that, when they know a personality and a voice and all that kind of stuff.
And far, far more. It clones your intellectual property and your talent set. It clones your contact list and everything you know. It clones your memory. It clones your subconscious and your unconscious mind. It clones everything. Okay? So these guys have that on a server, and if they can hive mind that, there's no reason that we should go through all this intense effort to do these lawsuits, when all you have to do is a simple query to all the mind clones of who. No.
The lawsuits are important, because if you can prove that, that's definitely criminal, and you can win a case if you can prove that in court. Go ahead.
Please let me finish what I'm telling you. This is the new technology that's out there that would be enormously helpful to us. And we need to rally for this. We need to ask for this. We need to ask for the access, the full access to mind clones and nothing that's been censored, because we could find out all the people that are doing our program. We could find out all the people since the beginning of the program that have worked on these technologies all over the world for all of time since 1947. We could find out all the hive mind teams that are connected to us. We could find out all the things they've done, and they have memories that run moment to moment for the entire time that we're targeted. And so, you know, within a second, with an AI that's running those mind clones, we could find out everything we want to know, and it would be absolute truth. There would be no question about what's happened to us. It's absolutely on because it's a recording, and we would know everything about everything that's happened to us and all the people that are connected to our program and the people that have developed it and all the groups. We'd know everything.
Ask you guys a question.
I was just reacting to the stopping of the court cases. I think you have to, everything you said was fine except for stopping the court cases, because whatever level you figure all that stuff out, that's evidence that eventually you have to go to court. Otherwise, how are you going to stop them? It's a criminal action to do that kind of thing.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
It's like all these people that have worked on this stuff that have come out and said they have worked on this stuff exists.
Is this Nikki?
Why are they still denying it? Like, all these people that have actually worked on this, is it gag orders? Is it what?
Hold on. Let me just finish what I'm saying here before everybody interrupts me and has their own 2 cents. I am trying to tell you something that's very, very, very important. These mind clones are extremely important. They're not only important for our cases, but this is the other part. They've got cloning technologies. They can take that cloning technology to other planets and combine them with mind clones, and they can make a utopia with all the kinds of people and all the knowledge of what's on our planet with just a little suitcase. And so this is something we all need to become present and aware about in terms of why this has happened to us. It's for the secret space program. And that's what's going on. And we need to stand up and say, look, we're not just looking for restitution for what's happened to us, but we're also looking for discovery on what's going on with the secret space program and how come our intellectual property and our concepts are being used and our cloning material, our DNA is being taken, and these people are not just using it for our planet, but they're going to use it for other planets out there in the universe.
Okay, that's a stretch.
I just want to say good night to everybody. Frank, I got to go. It's Nikki, and if Ryan could call me, he just asked for me. They'll come get me. Thank you, everybody.
Good night. Thank you. Good luck.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Regardless of the stretch, the important thing is whatever the speculation or the proof, the stopping of it comes through court actions, not through giving up. That was my point. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that any pointing towards alien abduction or anything like that is strictly prohibited, and I can speak for Ella and everyone else. And I'll tell you the simple reason behind it. We're having a hard enough time proving this. Add aliens to it, we might as well just give up. So, no aliens, please.
I'm not talking about aliens at all. I'm not, listen, this is Andrea. I'm not talking about aliens, and I would like you to do your research and listen to Starfire on Terry Cassidy's show, because she's been in the secret space program her whole entire life. She's the only one left. And she has some very valid stuff that's going on there. And I think everybody should check it out, because it does talk about things that we've all experienced. She's a great resource for evidence of our targeting. But she experienced it long before we did. They had to experiment on somebody to do what they're doing to us. And they experimented on her. And she's an awesome, awesome resource. So check her out. Her name is Starfire, and her show is on Terry Cassidy. And she's been
her name is what?
Starfire. and it's from 1999. And her book, she's got 2 books, and they're full of evidence for all of us of where this came from, and who did it, and what they were doing, and how they did it, how they came up with it. And the Nazi names of the Nazi doctors and all the politicians, all the politicians that were involved in it that are now dying off. And so I think it's an incredibly important reference. And she's got a book called MK Ultra Dark Labs, and that's her first book. She's got 2 other books, and they're terrific. It's same with Martine Rothblatt. Martine Rothblatt is a scientist who makes $6 million a year putting satellites in the atmosphere. So I'm not kidding. It's really important stuff to learn about mindfulness, because that could solve all of our problems.
I wish.
Oh, if I could say something, Lorraine.
Hi, Lorraine.
Hey, how are you? One thing that you did said that caught my attention, to the lady in Colorado, you mentioned something that said intellectual property and DNA. That applies. I do believe those are 2 very important words. We could use that anywhere in any when we actually put this all together. But it does have an awful lot to do with intellectual property. That's
as well as identity theft. As well as identity
human
theft.
trafficking.
Absolutely.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
When they get it all together and they go to court, they need to go to a court that upholds the Constitution, because all courts do not uphold the Constitution.
That's right, but how do you find that court?
You do your research, your due diligence.
And shouldn't the judges try, at least, I know there's a couple of judges here in Pittsburgh that are really trying their best, and maybe they're undercover, I'm not sure, but they'd love to get, some of the other judges on the same page, or at least if you go pro se, not to be retaliated against. I mean, that's huge. There's so many people that try to go pro se and they're just slammed.
I don't think anybody should attempt this on their own. I think it should always be in one large group. It's just a failure for anybody that has attempted this.
Rick, can you speak up, please?
You can't afford.
I just want to find you.
I'm here.
Okay, gotcha.
Do your research, and you try to find out what courts have the most legitimate judges.
Okay. I was just going to say there are constitutional lawyers as well. I think Rick, that might have been Rick's next topic, so I don't know.
No, I'm talking about the courts.
Okay.
The judges, they take an oath to uphold the Constitution. So a lot of courts and the judges, they want to have the advantage. They will try to get away with stuff because they assume that you don't know the law. And in most cases, they're right.
What about a human rights attorney?
In most cases, they're right, but yeah, your civil rights are your civil rights no matter what.
Yeah, but if you don't know what they are, how are you going to...
You know them 1 to 15 and you can spit them out like that.
Okay, you got to know. You got to know more than that. You got to know case law as well to back it up.
Exactly. Right. You just don't know. You just can't know. Your Second Amendment isn't good enough. And you have to speak well, and you have to have the proper communication skills, or else they'll send your court case flying out the door like they did mine in 2012 because they thought I wasn't properly speaking communicatively when I was in total pain. And what about the deaf person? What about the person who can't talk at all? What does that mean? They have no rights? Makes me really mad. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay, Angela.
think Barbara one time went to court, and she was getting somewhere, and then she made one mistake, and she mentioned the word laser, and it was all over.
Uh-oh. Okay.
I think it would have been different if everybody had their day in court.
Okay, it's my impression, okay, that we should, my actual gut feeling is that we should fill these affidavits out and start networking, as I mentioned, and find out who has them done and, you know, who can email them to you so that you can have, you know, 6 or 10 affidavits with you if you choose to go to court on your own. And it's important. And to help Catherine out at this point in time, yes, I think that's a good idea. She needs them.
I emailed her mine. I said
Okay,
she could do
great.
with it what she wants to.
Good for you, Ange.
Yeah, but don't you need an entire list of everything, proving every single one of the numbers that you put in every single box?
You are swearing on a Bible that this is the whole truth and nothing but the truth when you sign that and get it notarized by an officer of the court.
Yeah, but you if you go to court with that, you're going to have to be able to bring a list of every single item and everything on those items, every single one of the things you claim as being true. You need a list of all of that. So
Yeah, you do. And what you're going to do is correlate it to the 6 or 10 affidavits that you have with you. These 6 to 10 people are affected in the same manner that I am. So therefore, they have, okay, caller 65.
If you claim he's been in 2 accidents, you need the dates, the times, you need the amount that they compensated you, you need everything from that accident. And if you've been in
That's easy. You just call your insurance company and you get it. Plus, I have mine.
Yeah, but we're talking about. I have a friend that said in 2014 she'd counted 5 million things that had happened to her. 5 million.
That's a lot.
Well, you have to put, there's an ongoing checkbox. Okay, if you hit the ongoing checkbox, this means that, okay, you have a start date and this is running to date. So this lets you out of 100 occurrences a day or 200 occurrences a day. Like I'm told that you're dead at least 100 times a day. I'm told that we're going to steal all your money 100 times a day. I'm told that we're going to drive you and your car off the road and you're going to be upside down in your convertible with a broken windshield and a broken neck. So, you know, decapitated. I mean, it's just rhetoric, but you know, it's just it's terrible stuff.
Are you saying we don't need a list to back up what we're saying on there?
What you're what we're trying to do is.
Go ahead.
I can back up what I said on my affidavit.
Yeah, so
I know, but don't we all need a list of dates and times and incidents?
Exact dates and times. You can have dates and times when something started, and then.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Frank.
Oh, that's okay. And then hit the date box, continuous box.
Yeah, whenever you're filling out an affidavit, an important thing to remember, I mean, is these are supposed to be done in your own words. You know? And so, like, anything that you have of that can back up any of your claims, of course, you know, add exhibits, attach the exhibits to the, you know, behind the affidavit.
Is this Dawn?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. I was hoping that was you.
But if you but yeah, you definitely want to fill it out on your in your own words. And I've got some information somewhere that I can give as far as like how to add your exhibits and your evidence and how to present that in court and all that stuff. I'll be trying to find that for everybody.
Yeah, what I just wanted to add this at the end of her affidavit. You do tell things in your own words, and you can elaborate. The idea is to show that these 6 to 10 witnesses are afflicted by the same things that you are. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
Right, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And I think TI's going to court with this person is a good idea. I know I'm going to ask New England to come with me when I go to court.
Absolutely.
You know, if there's a class action suit, I'm going to be on there. But we have to go with what's rolling. I don't see any activity with class action suits. All I see is lawyers with their hands out for money.
There was a case in Boston, Frank, years ago,
right,
12 years ago, and he won the case, but he started off for a monetary settlement. And basically what happened was the judge said to him, if you had come in and started this as a criminal case, I would have favored for you. But because you asked for some kind of monetary award, I have to throw this out. So I believe it has to start as a criminal.
That's precisely what I was talking about, your case that you cited.
And it was in Boston.
I mean, if you look at high-profile cases,
I think what she's talking about is a case that was in California.
Okay.
Kathleen Waterston was told.
I thought it was in Beantown myself.
It was in Boston. It could be.
Did you know there's a place in Las Vegas where you can go and they will give you absolute voluntary attorney client representation for free. And you can go to the library and there's a lawyer there 24/7 and he will help you or she will help you. And I was just amazed that they have this available in Nevada, right there in Las Vegas, and it's all free, and they'll help you with your whole entire case.
Hi, Melinda. Yeah, that's great to know. It's too bad we couldn't have.
I can't even get neighborhood legal aid on the phone.
I know. That's because there are so many people at this point in time on the phone trying to get legal help for other things. And the legal system is inefficient and antiquated as it is, I think. And I don't know, to push this case through, I think we're going to have to adopt something like Richard Kane. We could use his case profile, and he went after President Obama and DOD, and he named everyone, all the department heads in DOD. I suggest if we're going to do a class action suit, we formulate a suit that is similar. And these lawyers must be educated as to what this is all about. We've got so many lawyers that want to jump in and take money, and the first thing they say is, oh, well, what happens to you? I mean, what's targeted mean, you know? So I mean, they're going to lose the case. You have to have somebody that wants to work the case, learn the case, and in the end, make a pile of money. Because as soon as this thing really latches on, you're going to see tons of people pile on, because as soon as it does, I'm going to send letters out to everyone, every target that I can think of, or that my file can think of. So
I mean, I got a Christmas card from an attorney. I shouldn't even say Bordas and Bordas. bored ass. I
Bored
mean, how
ass?
funny can you get? Bored ass and bored ass. They're
Okay.
attorneys in Pittsburgh. You get a Christmas card from them. I call them up. Hey, you know what? Can you help me? I'm just trying to get rid of this thing. I have all this evidence. I have an affidavit. Sorry, ma'am. We can't help you. Well, then why are you sending me a Christmas card? You know?
Well, you get on a list.
I've called every attorney in the book. I am so ready to move to Vegas and just go to that library. But then if it happened here, don't you have to file it here?
Yeah, you need to go in the state that you live in.
Yeah.
Yeah, jurisdiction's going to be a big deal, or a big determining factor.
Hi, thanks.
Frank?
Okay, don't we?
Frank?
Couldn't we go to? Go ahead.
This is Andrea again about the mind clone thing.
Yeah.
And you said we don't want anything about aliens, but here's
Right.
the deal. I did get a screen grab of I googled mind clones in behavioral health.
All right.
The top 3 links, because you know I feel like I've been.
All right. This is recorded. You're going to ruin us.
Okay. Yeah.
Please don't ruin us.
Any one of the defense personnel can.
Let me just finish.
I got to stop the recording then.
I googled mind clones in behavioral health, and the top 3 links were Mind Springs in Grand Junction, St. Mary's Hospital in Grand Junction, and the VA Hospital in Grand Junction. That was the top 3 links, and under that, they just talked about cloning technology and not mind
Okay.
clones.
All right. Yeah.
So I actually have a screen grab of that as evidence.
Okay, that's great. I'd love to have that.
It's out there.
Can you send it to Frank at targetedmassachusetts.org, please?
Yes, I would love to. I would love to.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Andrea.
Frank, I got a hold of Mr. Kerry Balabin. He's actually here in Pittsburgh. He works at UPMC. He's a researcher, a PhD for neurology, and he's worked with the people in the Cuban Missile, the crisis in the embassy. And he was stating to me, I called him on the phone. I actually went there to his office, and I couldn't see him because he wasn't supposed to be in that day. But I really tried to see him. But he did speak with me on the phone. And he did say he kind of tried to refer me out to some of the colleagues, saying that I just had tinnitus, that I just had to get my ears checked, my eyes checked. And I just came right out and I said, look, I think I am a victim of this microwave energy weapon system that maybe some of these people in Cuba, which you have been researching, have experienced. And he said, oh, okay. Well, there's a Dr. Michael Hoffer in Miami. And
that's the doctor.
Yeah. And they do a lot of the testing there. Of course, they do the diagnosing there. Some people have been, and I've read about it, some people are very happy with their diagnosis. Some people aren't at all. But he said they have it all. They have the scans. I said they have the scans to determine whether or not you have neurotechnology in your head, feet, wherever. And he said, yes, they absolutely do. And they will come up most likely with something if you're experiencing anything close to what these people at the Cuban embassy were experiencing. So that's in Miami, and he was so cool. I mean, he told me I could call him back on Wednesday, and he would actually call this Michael Hoffer and ask for a referral for me. I mean, so it's a step. I don't know because I don't have that much money and to afford a flight and the overnight, and I don't even know if my insurance would pay for it. But do you think that would be something that you would do? Try to see if to get scanned and yes.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. Is you mentioned the very doctor's name. I'm waiting for my files to update, and I've been away from here for a long time, so it's going to take some time. But you mentioned the doctor that we have to see in Miami, so that's great.
Okay.
And yes, any way that we can get there, get there.
Okay.
You know.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
I sorry to interrupt. I discovered today. I think I found something that TIs who believe that they're undergoing radio frequency attacks might find helpful. There is a protein called HSP70. It's a heat shock protein, and I did some looking into it, and it seems as though this is a protein that's not it's not found in the body under normal circumstances, and or at least not in any significant levels. And they did some tests. Doesn't
Sean?
seem to be reactive to doesn't seem to be reactive to Wi-Fi or cell phones. So in other words, it shouldn't be attributable to any of your normal daily activities, but it is something that's known to show up when exposed to relatively large amounts of radio frequency. As you may know, that radio frequencies cause damage through non-ionizing radiation causes damage through heating, and so if you were getting hit with radio frequency with microwaves or whatever, and it was causing your cells to rapidly heat, then hypothetically your body would be producing these heat shock proteins, and that should be able to be tested for. I haven't gotten to the doctor yet to ask if he can test for it, but he asked me to come up with tests, and he was going to look to come up with tests. And this is something that if you're exposed to large amounts of radiation, like an X-ray or a sonogram might notice severe tissue damage, internal tissue damage. But if you're getting hit with a smaller amounts chronically, and not a large acute dose, then I think this is a test that tests for that.
Sean, is this indicative of exposure to huge amounts of stress as well?
I'm Xander.
Xander, that's right. You sound just like Sean. I am terribly sorry.
Sorry, I'm a little bit worn out today, so I probably don't completely sound like myself. I through just a cursory look, I'm sorry. What was the question? Stress?
Yes.
No, I didn't see that anywhere. This is a protein that these are a class of proteins, and a specific protein that is produced when it works in the folding and unfolding of protein chains such as DNA, and it's specifically produced when you have thermal damage to the cell, because that it has some effect on the proteins, and then so that the heat shock protein is produced in order to refold the proteins to make sure your body wants to fix it's part of your body fixing itself from thermal damage. So perhaps if you sat in a sauna for too long or had a fever or something like that, maybe it would be produced. I don't know. But I did see that I didn't notice anything else that it specifically said thermal damage, and then I found a bunch of articles on Google Scholar where they were specifically testing for heat shock protein 70, and they were specifically doing it in relation to whether or not certain radio frequencies were actually having bioeffects like cell phones and that sort of thing. So that seems to be the
So is that test. Potentially relative to 5G?
Yeah. I mean, all non-ionizing radiation, so all radiation that's below infrared, below the visible spectrum and below infrared. So the radio frequencies basically are going to cause damage through. They cause damage through thermal heating. That's what they do. Your body, dipolar molecules, water, shake when the electromagnetic field goes through them. It causes them to spin around, to flip back and forth, and that causes a heating. And that's how the energy is. The energy is transferred from electromagnetic to radiation to heat, and through water basically. So anything that's radio frequency is going to, yes. So the short answer is yes. Yeah, anything that's radio frequency is going to, if it's doing damage to you, it's going to do damage through thermal heating. And if you're having a significant amount of thermal heating, then this protein should show up, and this protein should not be there if you did not have thermal damage. So
interesting. Thank you.
Can I ask, who's the TI in Pittsburgh that wants to do the affidavit?
I did my affidavit.
Oh.
My name's Angela.
Oh, I'm Rick in Chambersburg.
Hi, Rick.
Angela, would you mind? I came in a little late. I apologize. I've been sick, and I've actually been doing this research and running a bunch of tests and data recording. What could you quickly catch me up on what the affidavit is? Is that okay?
Sure. The affidavit is amazing, and I honestly cannot take full credit for it. I had a lot of help from Dr. Catherine Horton on the affidavit, and basically it's just a documentation and authentication of everything I've been through. I have to have an 8-digit code. I have my identity, my picture of my license on it, and there's a public part of it, which can go through the public. For instance, my home and neighborhood, intrusive surveillance. Was I affected? Yes, I was. So I checked that, and then I have backup documentation. It's a 142 affidavit. So
it's just basically you signifying to the court that you all of the experiences that you've been through.
Correct.
What's the I mean, I didn't end up finishing law school. I dropped out to get a graduate degree, and so I'm not exactly sure what part of the court are you going? I mean, what are you? I mean, you have to be taking some sort of action against somebody, right?
Right. That's the question in theory. That's my question. I'd like to take it civil, but I think criminal is the best way to go because it is criminal.
You have to go that way first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what state you live in. Most states don't allow, that I know of, don't allow citizens to press criminal charges. I know there are some states that you can, but most of the time, at least in my state, I'm pretty sure you have to go through the police. So, and do keep in mind that Kathleen Waterson tried to get a restraining order first, and the judge told her, you should be in civil court suing for damages. Why are you here? Because, you can't prove intent. But you can prove damages, go to civil court. He didn't say go to criminal court, he said go to civil court. So just keep that in mind as well.
I've been to the police. I have 3 criminal reports and the pictures, documentation, I had a gun pulled on me. I have all of that is in criminal report. So I do have the criminal reports. I just don't have a lawyer. So that's why I'm asking, the courts need to do something. And even according, I just read this article last night, as a matter of fact. The pro se, somebody who, I was a pharmaceutical rep, so I was retaliated on big time and almost killed, probably for being a whistleblower, not knowing I was a whistleblower. So it scares me. I'm a chicken, Brock. To go in there.
Is it still ongoing, or are you still having the whatever?
I've been targeted ever since I got fired. I had no idea. I got fired for interfering with a fire drill over the phone after 10 years of winning the top award every year. I got a call on a Friday and said,
just a quick rundown of because we all, I think we all know, we could probably each of us form a list of different symptoms or, whatever you want to say, situations or whatever that TIs have been in, like DO attacks or break-ins or V2K or whatever. Could you just really quickly, like which ones you've experienced?
All of them.
Okay. And it's still ongoing.
I was heavily organized stalked for 2 years, heavily. And I know Pittsburgh doesn't like to hear it, and I know Pittsburgh doesn't like to admit it, and I know that they feel bad about it. I know that. I get the "I sorry" and all the time. But I was heavily targeted and heavily stalked. People coming up to me at a red light and banging their fist on my car window, telling me to F off. 80-year-old men kicking me as I would try to kick me as I would walk down the street. My animals were killed, tortured.
Were you able to get any of this recorded?
Yeah. I have pictures. I've had multiple phones stolen, as you would imagine. But, I mean, it's all in iCloud. I had everything on Apple.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get an idea of what sort of, what all you're taking to court. I'm really interested in this and interested in what people are doing and what's successful and what isn't and what,
I don't know if I'll be successful or not.
You can actually sue, you can sue John Doe and then use the subpoena power of the fact that you have an open case to subpoena records from, and then try to figure out who precisely was organizing it. I mean, it sounds like you kind of know to a certain extent who was organizing it, but
I do. I think it was organized ever since I stepped foot in that pharmaceutical company. I had a fire during that time, right after 9/11. No, actually, my fire was Wait, was my fire before 9/11 or right after 9/11? I had a fire. It burnt down my whole house and killed my cat and all that kind of stuff. And ever since that fire, I've been followed around, had manager after manager. It was go down to New Orleans with this doctor who tried to rob me, rape me. I was naive, so I had a good time instead.
If I maybe ask a few questions that might be a bit of a devil's advocate sort of thing, you might hear from so you have other people who have encountered this same phenomenon, right? That are bringing in affidavits as well to say this has happened to me too. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it's gone. It's blown so sky out of proportion that I'm finding out it's a global genocide. Just
Angela,
like,
check your mic, please.
Well, I wouldn't quite go that far in court with the judge. But something that the judge might ask you is, and and I think that a lot of websites say this, so you probably don't need to hear this, but it bears repeating, is that the most important thing to always do is focus on symptoms, not theories. Focus on the in the academy we talk about the separation between facts and schema. The facts are the empirical pieces of data. The schema is what ties it all together. Your theory on how it ties it all together. So focus on the facts, not the theory. So one thing the judge might say to you is, and I think you kind of implicitly recognize this, is, and again, you don't have to fall prey to this sort of thing. But one thing that a judge or a lawyer might ask you is, okay, so you believe that you were targeted more or less by this pharmaceutical company, but you have 6 affidavits from people who ostensibly did not work at that pharmaceutical company, what
Exactly.
what ties that together, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? How that can kind of be like, it looks good on one hand because there are other people who have dealt with the same experiences, but then on the other hand, it almost looks bad because it's like the only theory that, not only, but the best theory you have about how it started was this pharmaceutical company, but these other people didn't work at the pharmaceutical company. So then the question is, okay, well then how are I mean, I know we all have our theories and
Sure.
we go through this, so I'm just saying this is what a judge might say, like, okay, well,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That's where it's so confusing and it's difficult to pinpoint because it wasn't the pharmaceutical company that implanted me with this nanotechnology or the implants. It was a physician. And it was one physician, and it's past the medical, time frame. But if it's a criminal case, it makes it a little different.
Well, so I mean, in most states, my understanding is that civil suits have a time limit, but that time limit is only the clock only starts ticking when you knew or should reasonably have known that a particular individual did a particular harm to you, right? So, I mean, so an argument you might be able to make is, so for instance, an argument that TIs might make is, well, I couldn't reasonably have known because the mental institution told me I was crazy and it was all in my head, or I knew something happened to me, but I thought it was all coincidence until recently, or so that's something you might encounter. I mean, again, not legal advice, I'm not a lawyer, but so you said you had nanotechnology. Were you able to procure the device or devices? Were you able to get the stuff? Do you have the stuff?
I was able to. I went to Georgia, and I had a surgeon out a bioreceptor, and it was analyzed in Florida, and I was told that this bioreceptor was actually part of the nano network that was in my body. It corresponded.
Give me 1 second, Frank. Is anybody else getting an echo? It's a terribly distracting echo.
I've been trying to get. I checked everybody else but Angela. So,
okay, hold on a second.
Wait, it's not Angela. Well, let me mute Angela. Hold on. All right. Do we have an echo? Yeah, we still
have the echo.
I'll dig for it. Thank you. Sorry, Angela.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's my phone. I don't have it on speaker or anything, so I don't know how.
Right.
Sorry, Angela. You could go on. So you said you went to a medical facility, and what did they say?
I went to a plastic surgeon. She was the third plastic surgeon that I had, actually the fourth plastic surgeon that I had gone to, and she was ready to do the surgery, did the surgery, came out with a bioreceptor, and told me she was really sorry. I had 2 more devices in my left breast, but she just, at that time, could not remove them for reasons that she could not disclose to me.
And what was what did you call it again? A receptor?
A bioreceptor.
A bioreceptor. Okay.
Yeah.
And then bioreceptor, is that something that I can I Google bioreceptor and that will come up on Google Scholar, and there will be academic journals of people who have worked on bioreceptors, or?
There's a few. Yeah.
But you physically took that bioreceptor? You have it with you today?
I have it with me, correct.
And the bioreceptor is, I've never heard the term bioreceptor necessarily. What's the function of this?
Apparently, the function, what I learned was it's like a speaker or almost like a magnet that reflects, a mirror that reflects what the actual device is doing, and it can grow. It's like the whole network of nanotechnology can grow in your body. just by holding a magnet without polarizing them. It's so wild because the person explained it to me today. He said, they say, and this echo's driving me crazy. Maybe it is my headphones taking them off. Can you hear me better?
Still have that echo. In fact, I can hear you, but still have that annoying echo.
Okay. But
somebody out there has their speaker on, has it on speaker in their.
I'm digging for them right now, and it's just not showing up.
Weird.
They were saying that if you polarize with the magnets and you go and you take these really high-powered magnets, and you can't just have one, but you have to have two, and they have to be extremely strong. And you place them, where the particular chip or device is, and then you turn them around, and then you place another one there. It can actually send some kind of shock through your system that will deactivate this. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but all I know is I have something going on in my body that has been causing me pain, extreme pain, like I'm almost dying here, for 10 years. And the Atlanta surgeon took out a bioreceptor. I have her voice on my phone saying, "I'm really sorry I could not remove the other device from your left breast, but I do have the technology to better find that so that I can take it out of you now." I think she's full of crap. I think she could have taken it out of me then and there after I paid her $20,000. So I have a surgeon and a fan in them.
She took out something that that's a bioreceptor, and you have that to this day. And she said there are other things inside take them out, but did you get your medical records? Does it say in the medical records that does it have X-rays?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Is there evidence that these other things exist, or did she write in the medical record there were two other things in there, but I didn't take them? You know what I mean? Is that in there? Or?
I've been trying to get those notes. I have half the notes. I have half the records. I don't have the full notes, and I know I don't have the full notes. I had an attorney that called me from Georgia, from Atlanta, that I was trying to call and contact, and said, "Hey, you know what? I like your case. I want your case. I want to take this case." And then all of a sudden, I didn't hear from her again. And then all of a sudden I called the surgeon who actually did it, and she said, "You know what? You have a lawyer on me. I can't talk to you." But I said, "But you can send me my medical records." I mean, I was sitting down on a chair when I went in with her in 2016, and she did a sonogram on my left breast and brought it up on a big screen that was sitting right in front of us. It was as plain as day. We both saw the snake that went up. We saw the chip that was about an inch big. And there it is, Dr. Cole. There it is. All right, there it is. Okay. Well, I've been asking for that fluoroscopy. Right. I haven't been able to get it.
You went to the hospital, to their website. You printed off the release of information form. You filled it out, but you didn't get the.
Correct. They won't mail it to me.
I just want to interject that much the same thing happened to me. I could never get my x-rays, and the doctor made me look like a hallucinating drug abuser when I clearly saw that the x-rays had an anomaly, and I could not get the x-rays back. They said they would send them, and they never did.
Well, so I mean, that sounds like probably, I mean, I'm not saying change your course of action now, but, for me, what I would do is I'd be filing a lawsuit in court for violation of HIPAA. Ostensibly, that hospital does, in fact, take, even if you didn't use insurance, that hospital takes insurance. Basically, the hospital, the surgeon falls under HIPAA, and so those records fall under HIPAA, and you have a right to those records, and you have the right to sue for money if they deny you those records. So
I can't even get a lawyer. They keep cutting off my efforts. That's the issue. I try and try and try, and year after, she mentioned 10 years. Same thing with me. It's since 9/11. And I guess even further, but when I try to complete the action, there's a whole lot of interference, and that's a regular pattern. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up, and I didn't mean to sidetrack this, so let me mute my phone. I just wanted to say a similar thing happened to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I've had problems similar to that. I mean, in my case, it seemed to tend to be that whenever I started trying to track down these suspicious doctors and occurrences, that the life harassment, suddenly my identity gets stolen, or suddenly I start feeling really, really ill, and recently it's pretty clear that or somebody throws a brick in my car on the road for no reason, or so you hypothetically should
lots of defamation also, getting kicked out of social scenes and places that I needed to eat. And in regards to the doctor who checked me out, he completely defamed me after promising me before I went in that he would give me a fair examination. It was unbelievable. I drove all the way 4 hours to see the guy, and it was just unbelievable. And
yeah, well, I mean,
terrible experience. I had to talk to his higher up as well. Talk to his higher up, and she was real nice and said she'd make sure everything's fine and send me the X-rays, but of course I never got them, and I tried again and again and again. I'm going to mute my phone again. Thank you.
So
I have a question for Angela.
This is probably just real quick, if you don't mind. This is probably a good teaching point for TIs. Once you realize you're being screwed with and these things start happening, all communications on paper, everything via certified mail, email, anything on paper, get them to reply in writing to everything. No phone calls, no talking to managers. If you're being screwed with, it's clearly not going to help. You got to get things on paper. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's so interesting because I got this mail from Harrisburg, this complaint that they want me to send them. And I sent them a complaint in 2014, and I detailed everything. Do you know they don't have it?
That's good. That's good. Xander, whatever possible. If you can't get it in writing, get it on recording. I'm sorry to say whatever possible evidence is better than no evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and like I think Oregon's the only state that allows phone recording without permission. Oregon's backwards. Most states allow personal recordings, but not phone recordings without both parties knowing. Oregon is I think the only state that's backwards. Oregon allows phone recordings without the other party knowing, but not in-person conversations.
Fair statement, and I'd like to ask you a question considering you've got a legal background. If they're already recording you on the phone line, don't you have an ethical right to record them also? But of course, if you ask them permission, it's more polite, and in certain contexts, I do ask permission. In fact, I'm recording this right now, and I want to go ahead and ask permission of everybody whether or not I can share it or if I should delete it. And I felt that it was okay to record because it's noted when we log in that we're being recorded. So I felt it was potentially okay to record.
I'm not a lawyer, and every state law is different, but I have like looked into this, and so this is not legal advice, but this is what I've noticed. Is that well, first of all, there's always exceptions. There's all these exceptions, like a public meeting or a public place. One of the major exceptions for recording people is it's usually called, in the state of Oregon, it's called the quote, subjective expectation of privacy, end quote. So if it's already being recorded, hypothetically, again, not a lawyer, but hypothetically, you could argue that, well, this is already being recorded. They didn't have the subjective expectation of privacy. And if you look at your state laws, it might even say in the state law specifically that you're allowed to record if it's already being recorded. But it's usually based on
That's a good point. But if you ask them and they give you permission to record, then it's fair game, correct?
I don't know of any state where getting consent from the other party is still illegal. Yeah, I've never heard of that. So yeah.
Great. Thank you.
But again, not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, but but yeah, everything on paper. But yeah, I mean, I think that I think that what I would do if I were you is I would you can go to, in most states you can go to small claims court. Anything under whatever $10,000 or $12,000 or $20,000, you can go to small claims court, and in small claims court you can not just ask for money, you can actually ask for injunctions. You can ask for all these other civil actions.
My X-rays. I can ask for my X-rays back. I do want to get back
to release
specifics.
Your information.
Can I get back to the specific? I asked if it would be okay to record, and I have recorded. I can delete that recording. I'd like to at least be able to save it for my own records. I don't have to post it anywhere. I can keep it private. But I'd love to get the group consensus whether or not it's okay to record or keep it for my own records or even use it on YouTube. And I want to get group consensus on that, or at least bring it up in the specifics of this conversation.
Well, I personally don't prefer to have myself, I mean, I'd prefer to keep myself broadcasted as little as possible. So for me, I would prefer that that you don't use my voice on your YouTube.
Fair. Can I keep it for my personal information and promise to never broadcast it in any way except for just keeping it in my personal information, like taking notes? It's easier for me to record it than taking notes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for informational purposes, I don't care. I don't think that like we said, since it's already being recorded, I'm not sure that we can really say anything about it anyways, even if you put it on YouTube perhaps.
Well, I'm a big believer in direct democracy. That's why I asked, and if you ask me not to, I will keep it in my personal, just as my personal record. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording. But if anybody else has an objection to me keeping it in my personal possession, like a note, and I've already told Xander I will not share it over any kind of YouTube or anything like that. Anybody else want to chime in?
I'd like to chime in. I'm a V2. Hi. My name's Marilyn.
Marilyn, okay.
Marilyn, by the way, I've already stopped recording, just so you know. I've turned off the recording as of now because I had an objection from Xander to a certain point, so I've stopped the recording, but if you want to continue, I'm going to mute my phone now. Thank you.
Hi, Frank.
Okay. Hi, how you doing? And what's the purpose of you recording this?
I think that's the fellow that I don't know if it was on this call.
This is Journey. This is Journey.
Yeah.
I did not record the entire thing. I recorded an hour and 50 minutes for my own records, and there were a lot of things that happened, and I was considering using that for YouTube, but now that I've brought it up to the group and Xander objected to it, I'm definitely not going to put it on YouTube. The point was honestly just for notes. So I have a recording. I was not able to find the recording at Massachusetts, targeted Massachusetts. Now, on the other hand, if you want to catch up with me later and help me get those recordings, that would be helpful. But I haven't been able to get those recordings in the past. And I, in my involvement with the group on the phone tonight, I felt like it was, and this is, by the way, the first time I've ever turned on the recording, and I just turned it off, but it was for my notes specifically, and I promised Xander just now I would not broadcast it in any way, shape, or form, just simply for my notes. If it does come up where something like a court case comes up, on the other hand, I would probably get back in touch with this conference call and try to get people's opinions on whether or not having that recording is at all something I should, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's for my notes is what I'm saying. And yet if it really isn't, maybe the better thing is if it's really important to access this conference call for anything other than my notes, then I would refer to Frank for his recording. I think that's maybe the way to go with that.
That's the best way to do it, because I can get in serious trouble a number of different ways. So in the future, if you want to record it, just let me know and I'll send you the whole thing. Use the date, like now it's 12/28. Use 12/28 and 12/29. Just ask for those two dates, because believe it or not, the way it's recorded, it sometimes shows 12/29 and sometimes it will show 12/28. Depends upon how the program feels. But yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
So is it Angela that was that has a literally has a some sort of chip or bioreceptor in her
Yeah,
possession?
she does.
Do you
Yeah.
do you have pictures or schematics or anything of that I can
Yeah.
I can look at?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Actually, I have pictures she sent.
I have it all. I have thermo imaging, projections, pictures. I have the FOIA companies who are actually integrated into my left breast. I have the names of the companies. I have the numbers of the FCC. I have so much evidence. I mean, I would be a lawyer's dream. I would
So you
think.
have like serial numbers off the chip, just you know who made it and that sort of thing?
I know it was made by Samsung. That's all I know.
Hey,
I
Frank,
would love to know who, and I know that it's original, and I know that there hasn't been.
I've been in communication with the tech team, and we're really trying to get any evidence and compile information of any of this stuff that's been actually found in the wild. So I think that's something that the tech team would be really interested in, if you could send that to me.
Thank you, Xander. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're trying to compile anything. Cause like my big thing is the same thing. This guy that did a DEF CON video back in 2013 with the Snowden leaks, and the main thing he said is he told us all about all the different things that the NSA could do, and then he said, but here's the deal: not one of these things has actually been recorded in the wild. So most important thing is is not actually running around per se, worrying about whether or not they're out there. What's most important is actually finding them and obtaining them, and getting the physical device itself. If you can't get the physical device, getting the firmware and any data that's on it off of it, so we can figure out who made it, where it came from, what does it do. So yeah, I'm very interested in seeing this. So you said that there was like some sort of snake type object, and then there was like an inch large chip. Is what you have the inch large chip, or is that a separate thing that you have?
I have an X-ray, the very first X-ray I ever had, and I know it's true. It has it looks. People say it's a lead, but it's not a lead. It looks like a lead. I had two of them. I had not just one, but I had two. And I know President Obama and all those guys, I love them, blah, blah. They don't like me talking about this. And I'm not supposed to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about this. I had two big old Samsung chips hanging in my left breast that, honest to God, I mean, they thought I was crazy because the only thing, I went to 4 or 5 different PCPs who all wanted to refer me to psych. I went to psych finally, Western Psych here in Pittsburgh, sat there for 8 hours in the waiting room, drove there myself because no PCP would see me, help me, give me any pain meds, nothing. And I was crawling out of my skin. And my friends were saying, hey, look, you know what? Maybe if you go to Western Psych, they will be able to diagnose it and know you're not crazy and see there's something inside your body. So I go to Western Psych, UPMC. I sit there. There's all these people, street theater, blah, blah, saying, you know what? If you move and you make a scene, they will lock you up. So I sat there and watched reruns of Seinfeld from, which I love Seinfeld, thank God he was on, from 9 o'clock at night until 3 o'clock in the morning when they came out with no evidence whatsoever after I said, look, I drove here myself. I want to leave. You guys aren't helping me and I'm in a lot of pain. They would not let me leave. They made me go up to the 6th floor or whatever. They locked me down in a lockdown unit and said, you're here. We don't know what to do with you, but you're here. Take this psychotropic, that psychotropic, this psychotropic, that psychotropic, and we'll see you in the morning.
Angela, forgive me, but I'm a rather dry person, and I've spent and I don't get out a lot, especially not recently with all the with what we go through. But I'm a rather dry person. I'm an academic. I've sit up until my life was ruined by all of this. I was a PhD. I taught university, so I'm a very dry. I'm glad.
You want the facts?
Yeah, I'm interested. I want you to describe the device and what is in there and what did you get out?
I was told that the device was made by Samsung. I was told this by a good source at UPMC. I was told that they didn't know what they were getting into when they did this to me. They didn't know the vast all this crap. They didn't know the hugeness of what was going to happen, what was going on. I had 2 of them in my left breast, and they were attached to a teeny tiny little, of course, you probably know this, medical wire that was overwrapped over my left shoulder and attached down into my lower spine. So I had 2 medical the hair, teeny tiny, the hair, like structures attached to the back of my spine that were attached to these 2 chips. Now, the one chip was touching the other chip. I could feel it. I went through all this, what I was telling you about, and the only thing I could do was drive around in my Jeep and sing at the top of my lungs to my
got
CD.
Out, but the other chip is still there. Is that what you're...
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I've called and I've asked if they did if they took it into pathology. I'm getting, they threw the darn thing away.
And
either that or
these chips were causing you.
I'd be dead. If the one chip wasn't taken out, I'd be dead. I would be dead. Absolutely.
Can I make a suggestion,
Absolutely.
Ange? Go to Targeted Massachusetts under Documents, and you will find the Larson torture report, and there are probably 15 to 20 pictures of new types of implants that don't even look like implants. They look like bits of flesh, and you can see inside internal wiring. It's worth a look.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and they're making like RFID chips now that actually biodegrade, and they're made out of that's those sorts of materials, or at least they're hypothetically they're trying to develop them. I don't think they've admitted that they exist yet, but they're working.
So take a look.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. You know where I learned all this?
The Larson report.
I went up to this observatory in West Virginia called Green Banks, West Virginia, and all they have no cell phones for I don't know how many miles. It has to be 200 miles, no cell phone towers, at least, maybe even 400 miles. But what they do have is humongous satellites. And you have to have government clearance to go through and have a tour. Well, I had this kind of like private tour, and I was told by these physicists that they actually gave me a little miniature of what was inside my body. This is what's inside your body, and this is the hair that's like attached to your spine. And
Did you mean Greenbrier?
Not Greenbrier like my mom wants me to go to. I'm talking, it's called Green Bank, West Virginia. Green Bank.
Thank you.
Yeah, Green Bank, that's the big tower, the biggest, one of the biggest microwave radio telescopes is.
Correct. And I had to have government clearance, and I went, and they could tell what I had and the frequencies that were coming in and out of my breast. And they were the first ones
what's in there is actually transmitting?
It was transmitting. Yes.
It
transmits all the
one
time.
that you got out? The one that you got out, does that transmit as well?
I have no idea because I have no idea where it is.
You don't know what happened to the one you got out?
When I got out, I called and I even went to the pathology. I mean, it's against the law not to take, if you take something out of somebody, you have to take it to pathology. Well, apparently this physician did not. At least he's telling me he did not take it to pathology.
I
don't
said
know
you got
what
it
he
out
did.
and you have
The
pictures
same
of it.
day as the Boston bombing, April 15th, 2014 is the day that they took that chip out of my left breast.
All right.
Okay, I put the link in the chat directly from my drive, so you can see the Larson report if you can get at the drive.
But I still have one. It's my worst nightmare. I thought, no way would he just leave one in. I mean, and I went back to him numerous times, and I said, Dr. Horowitz, why? Why did you leave the other one in? I mean, and so in the meantime, I've been to Tijuana, tried to get it out there, been to Georgia. I'm ready to go to Brownsville, Texas to get this thing done, but I'm probably going to end up in Miami trying to get the Cuban.
Come on.
Is it still in there? There's still
It's
something
still in there. It hurts like heck.
And it transmits.
It transmits big time. It's a network. My neurologist, I go to a neurologist who treats me for migraines, and it's funny because I have a
What frequency does it
a
transmit at?
neurologist. It transmits through my breast.
Yeah, but if it's transmitting, if it's a transmitter and it's sending information out, then it's going to transmit at a particular frequency.
Right.
And
I have
if
all the
it's transmitting
frequency numbers.
I would love to hear what frequency that it's transmitting at.
Okay. I have 5 people that have apparently bought into my universal licensing system. And one of them I happen to live with. One of them, okay, for a number I'll throw out there, 2469.857 megahertz.
2469 point. That's it's pretty. That's like a Wi-Fi signal. That's in a Wi-Fi band. That's like a channel, like what, channel 9 or something.
Yeah.
That's a microwave too. That's I mean I guess they make things that transmit microwaves that are pretty small.
What is it? 2 point what? What was that? 2 point what?
2469.857 megahertz. And I have a list.
Wi-Fi.
I have WWLB Broadcasting,
2.469
TVL Broadcasting
megahertz.
of Rhode Island.
Which is in your Wi-Fi. That's a Wi-Fi. It's also Bluetooth. Bluetooth is in that range as well. Okay, so you know that there is free software, and you can get a $30. There's a $30 USB dongle, which is a software-defined radio chip. It comes with antennas, and then you can get free software, and you can literally read the data off of that. You can record those signals, and if you ever recorded that signal, A, it'd probably help you in court, and B, you would be the person you would be the first person that I know of to find this in the wild and get the
Can you
data
repeat
off.
that, what you just said?
So for $30, you can get an antenna and a chip that you plug into your computer, a USB. It's a computer chip that's USB, software-defined radio. And you can get free software, a Linux operating system that has a program that can record that data. It can, maybe an encrypted signal, so you wouldn't, we'd have to break the encryption, but we could literally record the transmissions and have the transmission data, and for future. So then we can try to what's called demodulate it. When you demodulate something, that's transferring it from a radio frequency to
whatever digital information or analog information, just like an FM signal, it has to be demodulated so you can hear voices. Otherwise, if you just listen to the raw signal, it just sounds like static, like. But your radio in your house, your little alarm clock has what's called a demodulator in there that basically converts that from FM radio frequencies to voices, to the voices, right? So there's a modulator when it transmits, and then there's a demodulator so it goes back to whatever it was before. Now that data may be encrypted, so then we'd have to break the encryption. But if we get that data, if we get that data, we can get it and hold it, and then we can take as long as we want to demodulate and unencrypt it. But you're sitting on a gold mine. Like, if everything you're telling me is true, you're sitting on a gold mine.
But how do I encrypt it? I am not technical. Should I call Dr. Horton?
I don't think Dr. Horton probably doesn't know anything. I don't know who Dr. Horton is, but that's a doctor, not a software engineer. So I don't think Dr. Horton probably knows what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But
can you help me encrypt it?
Well, the encryption is not important. The important part is it's probably encrypted, but the encryption is not the important part because it's modulated anyway, so you'd have to demodulate it. But the important part is that you have something in your body that's not supposed to be there. That's not only not supposed to be there, but it's a secret piece of technology that apparently most people don't even believe exists. And that thing is pooping out data, and you're not collecting it. That's the most important thing for you to do is to collect that data, and then of course get it out and then make sure you keep the physical object itself so we can examine it. But I mean, literally, your left breast or whatever it is worth tens of millions of dollars. Like,
will you help me? I'll
there are
put it
radio
with you.
signals.
It's good that y'all are all Xander. It's good that you're all excited about it. I wish you guys would network immedially to get that information.
Yeah, Xander,
because as soon as this is put out on
address?
YouTube, what if it's shut down immediately? You got to jump on some of this.
You can email me, Angela, at xander.pierce@tutamail.com. So it's XANDER.
XANDER.
Mm-hmm. Dot.
Okay.
PIERCE.
I'm sorry.
Pierce. Last name Pierce. So.
Pierce? Oh, okay.
Pierce, like PIERCE.
Okay.
And at Tutamail, TUTAMAIL.com.
TUTAIOL.
TUTAMAIL. Tutamail.
Okay. .com. Okay. So
can I interject something?
Yeah.
We have probably.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Please, thank you.
Yeah.
Make that happen. Get together, please.
Yeah, I can absolutely walk.
Where do you live?
I'm in the Pacific Northwest. But I mean, like I said, what you have to do in order to record that data is not difficult. I could walk you through it online as long as you have you can download the operating system for free, put it on a thumb drive, and then you can, like I said, the chip. Well, you said 2469. So you're not. You
That's only one of them.
You won't be able to get the cheap chip because it's not going to read the chip.
2469 point something.
Yeah, I mean, the $30 chip only goes up to 1700 megahertz, so you have to get a more expensive software-defined radio. But we can find someone in your area that already has one. Where are you at?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. I think we have somebody in at least.
CMU has to have something like that.
With the Hack RF, what you need is a Hack RF. It's called a Hack RF software-defined radio. It's going to be able to read that. And the only other complication is if it's a really weak signal and you're not you live in the city or whatever, we might need to get you out in the country or put you in a Faraday cage. But if that thing's transmitting, like I said, you're sitting on a gold mine. And for anyone listening, this is what you need to do. You're sitting on a gold mine. We need to record that data. So email me if you think you have one of these, and you really don't troll me, please. You really think you have one of these? Email me, and we can walk you through. And we need to get that data. If it's transmitting something, we want that data because that data is important, and we're going to encrypt it, and we're going to send it to a lot of different people so that they can't come burn your house down with your computer and you sleeping in it and the data is gone, or whatever.
Frank,
you know what I mean? Like
Frank, is that something that can be gotten information from the doctor in Miami? Because I'm interested in going to get that information.
Yes.
And then once I have that information, I'd like to send it to Xander.
Yes. What's happening is excuse me. Okay. I believe that the satellites are the frequency that is physically exciting this chip. If you know anything about these chips, you know that there is a small copper coil that is excited by frequency, and from there it goes to a capacitor which acts like a battery, and this supplies the circuit board within the chip, within the mechanism. So if you can get it charged again, and as Xander has mentioned, get frequencies from it, that'd be great. But I'd like to also
if
say
it is a passive chip, then that adds a level of complexity, but it can be dealt with. I mean, like your cat, the little tag inside your cat, it doesn't have. I don't think it has a capacitor. It just turns on when they put the little wand over it. They push a radio frequency into it, and it causes the electrons to go through the circuit. Powers on, puts out a signal. They read it, pull it away, and it's off. So it could be like that. It could be, like you said, it could have a capacitor, basically a little battery that keeps it running for, But
it's based on wireless electricity. You can track a dog that's 20 miles away. So, I mean, this particular technology is excited by radio frequency. It's much the same as wireless electricity, which I've duplicated in my small lab.
It's not anything magical. It's the same thing that happens when you have an antenna. An antenna is a conductor, and when your FM signal hits your antenna, it excites electrons and pushes those electrons down the antenna, and that's what you're reading. It's just a conductor that's generating an electrical current in your antenna. So
I suggest that you look at the basic FRID chip and tell me what you find.
I Google scholared that, and actually, when I still had a university account, I went through everything I could find on RFID chips about 3 years ago. Everything I could find, where they were at, where the technology was. Yeah, I'm quite familiar. At least what I remember from 3 years ago, I'm quite familiar with at least what they had at that time. So.
Okay. Well,
at the time, I was told that this was one of the few, one original, but that was 4 years ago. So I'm sure it's probably not by now. But
please, the two of you, look at the Larson report and the pictures of the new implants. They don't look like grains of rice in a small glass tube. These look like bits of flesh. They're synthetic. I suggest you look at them to compare them to what you have, Angela.
Okay. Well, I don't know what I have.
Angela,
because,
did you?
What, the x-rays I saw, okay.
Okay, I thought you got used out.
Did you say?
Go ahead.
I thought this was out.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood you to say you were living with someone, you have someone with you, you got people around.
Yes.
Okay.
Why is that?
Well.
Why are you asking?
Well, the thing that Xander said is true. You might be the very first person that has popped up with one in the wild. That might make you a kind of important person.
One in the wild. What does that mean?
Meaning that. So, for instance, when the Snowden came out, we have all these pictures of these devices in like an NSA office on a desk, but no one's ever found one in use. Like out in use in the wild means out there actually doing what it's made to do. We have pictures of them from a pamphlet that was handed out, a report that was handed out to everybody in the NSA. Here, hey, look, these are the tech. This is the tech we have. Here's how it works. Here's the pictures of it. no one's ever found one actually out there spying. You know what I mean? No one's ever pulled one out of their computer and said, "Oh, here's that NSA thing that they got that spies on people. Here it is. It was in my computer." Nobody's ever found one like
me.
So along those lines, please stay safe. Please stay safe. If you ever need to go anywhere, I have a safe house in Asheville that I can offer, and also I'm currently in Florida at a hotel. Sometimes going to a hotel is a out of the way kind of place. It's of course 82 degrees all week this week, and according to Frank, that doctor's in Miami. Happy to help network to help anybody, honestly, but more specifically for people that are really have some valuable info. It's good to stay safe, please.
Didn't you? Yeah. Well, who are you?
Okay, Angela, I just mailed you that link to the Larson report. Please look at it. All right.
I will.
Yeah, I wasn't in the chat,
Thank
Frank,
you.
but I'm on your website. I'm on the targetedmassachusetts.org now. What's the?
It's okay. Go to Documents. You can't do it with your phone. It has to be by computer.
No, I'm on a computer.
Okay. Go to Documents. Navigation at the top, extreme right.
Oh man, there's a bunch of good documents on here. I'm going to really spend some time going through this. How do you spell the name?
All right, Larson's
Larson. I think you said Lawson. Larson. There it is. I got it. Thank you.
And Miss Speaker, I don't know your name either, but Frank, you're welcome to share my information with the lady who's been speaking most of tonight. And my name is Journey.
Yeah,
Journey.
I certainly will.
Thank you, Journey, and thank you for everything that everybody's done in the South, because I don't know if I would have been able to survive without some, really nice, good feedback and friendships from people in other states. That's for sure.
Sounds like you've done a really good job, Angela.
Oh, you're sweet. I don't know about that. I've made some pretty dumb mistakes and look like a fool in most of the time, but when you're in a lot of pain and stuff, I don't want to make excuses, but I'm a lot classier than that. That's all I want to say. I walked, I was in Raleigh, and I wasn't walking down when you're in Raleigh, you walk down the crosswalks in the middle of the crosswalks, and if it's raining, you use your umbrella. Well, I was kind of stressed out, so I would jaywalk. And I thought, oh, that's not what they do here in Raleigh. But, oh well.
Angela, I just texted you your information.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, can we get some, we have a whole room full of people that would just probably love to add to this. And I can unmute the room and make it easier, or you can unmute yourselves and we'll have that massive echo again. But we'll try it.
Please don't forget that's about being listened to, because it came up at least 3 times tonight that I was knocked off this call because the people on my case don't want me to hear it, so they knocked me off. So most people are being listened to on these calls.
Tracy? This Tracy?
No, it's Luda.
Luda? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Very, very suspicious about a lot of things. He said that she's living with a man whose name is on this chip. So you have to be very careful. I don't know. I'm a realist. I've lived too long. I'm older than all of you. So consequently, I have a lot of.
Hey, thank you for bringing up that. Thank you for bringing up that concern. Maybe there's some clarification that can go along with that question.
Yes, she should clarify about the person she's living with that's on this chip, because this is very scary to me. Because they're going to know what you people are doing and hear this call so easily. It's well known. There's no way you can keep it away from people. Everybody's aware of what's going through your computer and going through these calls. I've had that many times. I have tested that in many, many ways, and it's factual. Trust me.
I know.
Angela,
can
you address her question? Also, last night I was on the phone with Samsung, and you mentioned the chip was made by Samsung. So yeah, everything's connected.
Yeah. I was told a million billion times I need to move. In my defense, I can say I was living in a horrendous place. It was called on Federal Street in Pittsburgh, in a place where they take Section 8, but I just had not been able to get it.
You don't have to share so much personal information, but the question was in regards to the person living with you who maybe his name is on the chip or something, and
he
that's
even told me, why don't you just sue me? Why don't you just sue me? Yeah. Why don't you just sue me? Sue me. Like, how am I going to sue you? You know, the thing about it is I don't just live with, it's not just one person. It's two. And one is very highly educated, knows what's going on, knows exactly what I'm going through, and is trying to help me the best that he can. The other, unfortunately, who comes along sometimes, does not, but is necessary to help the other stay not so exposed, if that's a word. I mean, I'm just being honest here. I have no other way to be. And that's the kind of scary part, because he totally denies the person who is has the frequency megahertz broadcasting systems going in and out of my left breast. You're totally playing a game with that. But and that is one of the reasons that I need to move. The only thing is that I have moved so many times, and it's exhausting. And everywhere I go, I get targeted harder. It's harder. It's more extreme.
There's a couple sides here. One, the fact that you've got that information is wonderful. Two, it could be that you're being used. It could be that you're not being used and you're part of a purpose thing or something like that. The other thing, of course, is are you in any danger? Directly, or do they trust you? And if they trust you, maybe that's the other side of it, where you can actually use them, not to be insulting to them, especially if they're innocent, but it's good you've got that information.
Right. I trust them and they trust me. I mean, that is true. I trust them. I don't know if they trust my extended family. And I don't know if I trust their extended family, but immediate trust from person to person is there. That's all I can say.
How can you clue us in on what's going on without sharing personal data in regards to what is the link to the chip? Do you see what I mean? Like, did you have a relation with one of the people and they implanted it, or experimented on you against your will? And if so, that's hard to completely trust that person after the fact. And then you may want to protect your own safety in regards to what if this comes out and that person finds out, and then all of a sudden there's a betrayal of trust from his side. You know, that could put up some danger for you. I don't mean to get into the whole drama of it, but it's nice for other TIs to feel safe about who's on the line with them too, because it is a really serious, really scary situation for a lot of people. So any more, it doesn't have to be personal information, but
you're absolutely right. And it is something that I need to do. Unfortunately, like most TIs, I'm broke and I live here for free. I'm a slave. I am.
By the way,
I wake up.
Smartfares.com, you can get very, very cheap tickets to Florida from Asheville to Florida was $36 one way, $33 round trip. That is to say, one way 33 and one way back 33. That's round trip 66. That's via Allegiant Air. I can share so much more information about traveling for cheaply. But of course, where there's a will, there's a way. And if you're in trouble, you know, don't panic, but think about it step by step and do what you got to do.
If this were me, young lady, if this were me, there's no way I can trust anybody whose name is on that chip in my body. I'm sorry. You think about it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't trust the person. You need to be very careful. And the worst part of this whole thing is moving away may not detach you from him, because so many of these things and all can go distances.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So to really be serious about thinking seriously with someone that can help and guide you and get you through this, because we on a call, we're at a distance. We're not there with you.
And maybe that's why she's still there too. Maybe that's why she's still there, because there is a grace in the world, and sometimes innocence is protected. And it's good to not panic and stay, you know, people trust innocence, and you might call it naive, but there's a lot of protection that young people and innocence has to be able to infiltrate, especially if they're not intentionally trying to, you know, stop some criminal thing. Now that's where the triggers come in potentially for the people who are on the chips, and I worry about that. But you know, again, sometimes just staying calm, you know, doing your thing, maybe saying, "Oh, I want to take a vacation."
Oh, and vigilant.
It's nice to get out of the winter or something like that. Let's go to Florida or whatever. But yeah, don't panic. I've been tracked down in Kauai when I ran away. And it's a long story, but I don't know how they tracked me down on some private road in Kauai, but they did. Anyway, the point is not to panic ever, but keep on focused on your own personal self-actualization and highest path, and ideally safety for yourself. And then good for you getting involved with Targeted Massachusetts, because potentially that information can help a lot of people, ideally everybody on this call. And I hope nobody is in any danger from being on this call. And that's one of the scariest things that, of course, can scare people away from coming out of the, to use a terrible analogy, the closet. Thank you again. I'm going to mute my phone.
Say, Journey. I'm interested in what you were talking about. Travel-wise. Could I possibly get your email? This is Don from Jackson, by the way.
Hi, Don. You seem pretty cool, although your accent makes me think you're a government official, which I have no problem with. Even if you're a police officer or a detective, the trouble is trust within these kind of communities. But if we can talk somehow through Frank, I think maybe I can get to know you a little bit better. You did have some good information, but I barely hear you, so I want to take it slow. And that's the same reason I think there was a man in somewhere else in North Carolina that I talked to. I forgot the name. I think he's even on the call tonight. And I didn't call him back because it was so late. I just also need to take things slow in reaching out to everybody, maybe even Angela. But I do want to make sure that the most important people who need help get help, and if I can help, I'd like to. So Don, if that means getting my info, I'd like to try to make that happen. But let's take it slow, or let me mute my phone and let you guys talk a little bit more, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's no problem. I respect that.
I'd like to say one thing. I would like to, if we are going to have a journey to Florida to see this doctor, I'm going to start doing some calling tomorrow and find out what can be done about that, because we all need to see this doctor. Now, he is supposed to call me back. If I don't hear from his secretary tomorrow, I will call back. but it is Saturday, so we may have to wait till Monday. But I'd like to find out. I'm going to check plane fares. I'm going to check bus fares. I'm going to check chartering a bus. I'm going to check the whole 9 yards. So,
this is actually something I thought
Well,
about.
I should say, Frank, I should tell you, I made an appointment with him. I have an appointment with this Dr. Harper in February, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
good for you.
yeah.
No, I was thinking, Frank, that this
So I
doctor.
got an appointment. I gotta get there. You know, it's about a 6-hour drive to Miami, but I have an appointment in February with this Dr. Harper. So, anyways, I can give a report back what happens in my circumstances. So, just to let you know, I'm gonna be there in February. I got a 9 o'clock appointment. In February. I won't say the date because they'll track me and try to sidetrack as they go. But I got an appointment in February at 9 o'clock. So, anyways, that's a
I just want to
start.
say real quick that this doctor, whenever people get examined by him and everything, and people start doing their own personal lawsuits or whatever kind of legal actions that they do, he may it might be a good thing to reach out to him about being a part of these lawsuits as an expert witness, perhaps. I mean, that's just what I was thinking. Just a suggestion, though.
very good one. Oh, we've got a lot
What
of
part
really.
of Florida, Frank?
And I'd like to interject. I have a
Miami.
really hard time trusting, but it is really important if there are professionals that can be trusted to start developing those relationships. So I didn't mean to say anything to scare Don off. Even if you're a police officer, potentially that's the right relationship. I'm just wanting, and if you want to answer my fears, that's always helpful. But
right, yeah, I guess I should have done that at first. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not a police officer or any kind of government official or agent. I'm actually not even a U.S. citizen.
Oh, he's actually
okay.
He's actually a narc.
Yeah.
And I don't have anything to hide in regards to police officers, but it's always nice to get a basic idea who the personalities are. And I was elected a Green Party delegate, just so everybody knows that. I'm no longer associated with I still talk to presidential candidates, but I am not currently a member of the Green Party. I quit because it was infiltrated and things were just too much problems. I do agree and support a lot of the Green Party, but I'm trying to move away from that a little bit. And I think having a little info about people is a good way to potentially be able to trust or find that relationship compatible or not. And I think the American people deserve a buffet of choices, because I know there's a lot of American people that would say, oh, he's from Cuba. That's maybe influenced by Russia or whatever. There's so much craziness out there. And it's one world. We're all humans. If we can get along, great. If we can't, there's nothing wrong with, finding another outlet. So thank everybody again. I'm not leaving. I'm just going to mute my phone.
Yeah.
Frank, would the information of that doctor be on your site?
I'll make sure that it is.
It's Kevin in Florida.
I'll make sure that it is tomorrow.
Okay.
What I'd like to do too is find out where everybody is. I actually know where everybody is. I just got to plot it all out. And I think that if we approach the media possibly, we might be able to get some help from them, because we're coming down to see that particular doctor. So let me see what kind of magic we can work.
Frank, I've been in communication with David Pacman. He runs a more liberal talk show. But again, as soon as we enter into too polarized political arena, it'd be great to kind of walk this in the middle of the road so as not to get too polarized one way or another. But if I can help in regards to some media, I'd be happy to try.
Okay, you probably have my phone number already and my email address, but I'm going to give it to you again. It's my cell phone, and it's 508-857-8334. My email address is frank@targetedmassachusetts.org. If you have any questions, just to change the subject briefly, next Friday will be our first V2K study, and it will be at 6 p.m. Eastern, and it will have a different call number. So it will be just for V2K people, and that's what I want there, because I don't want Ryan's little purse coming into the call, if you know what I mean.
Say,
Frank, I have a quick question for
Sure.
the you and the nice lady that was on the phone. I was seriously considering, hopefully, if I can get the appointment, going to Miami. And my friend that I am staying with here for free wanted to go with me, which if it's the older friend, I think that would be terrific. But if it's like the other friend, I think that's not so terrific. I don't know. Maybe it would be fine. I don't care who goes, and maybe the support would be good. Would you recommend that you go alone, or it's okay to take someone with you?
However it works out best for you.
For me, I traveled alone because I can trust myself more than anybody else.
I'd like to see it. Okay.
If you have somebody you can trust, fine. Or even better, there's people you can visit and still travel alone, so you have a support along the way, and then at the same time you have the freedom to move the way you want to move when you have no strings attached. I think you can travel very far by yourself, but you can do a lot more with support.
Okay. Thanks.
There's a website called couchsurfer.com or couchsurfing.com, something like that. It's a big a network of people all across the world that just travel for fun, travel for hobby, whatever. And if you're planning a trip to go somewhere, you can be in touch with people along the way or at your destination or whatever who are willing to give up or like rent out a room or just give you a place to stay for the few nights or whatever that you'll be out and about. Give you a couch to crash on, whatever along the way. I just thought
there's a lot of websites like that too. The Airbnb is a good one. There's a bunch of others.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted your opinion on that. Alone or with people?
You can even if you're
Support
coming
is
to
good.
Florida, I'm in Florida, and you're welcome to meet at the hotel I'm at, or I'm looking for a rental somewhere soon. So I'm in the northwestern Florida area near Tampa currently, but I'm thinking about traveling further south, especially as the date for the doctor gets closer. Other than that, in regards to meetups, I'm happy to coordinate through Frank if anybody needs help. Honestly, even Don, I'm happy to talk more about that if you want. I don't mean to seem so paranoid. I'm not.
Yeah, Don,
you don't sound paranoid.
Don is actually a very knowledgeable gentleman, and I found him to come up with some information that is really incredible, and he's carried a conversation to the end about the topic and then come up with a source. So that's what impresses me, And
I appreciate that, but I did want to say if Journey's cool with it, you can give him the email that you've got on file for me or whatever for the newsletters.
Okay.
If that'll make.
Cool. All right, I'll do that right now.
Thank you.
I'd like to see Angela have a list of numbers of TIs along the way, wherever she goes, to contact just in case, or stay in touch with if she's going to do any travel.
That's a good idea.
It is a good idea.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have your number? I think I do.
Well, yeah, I'm
I
in
think I do.
North Carolina. Yeah, I'm in North Carolina. I'm about midway from where you are. My number is 919-252-1103. And there's another gentleman on the call, Kevin. He's in Florida.
Okay.
And he might be willing to give you his number. And
thank you.
Yep.
I mean, it can't hurt, that's for sure. Especially when you're traveling alone, it can get a little scary. Especially when your GPS is going wacko on you.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we never know what to expect from these guys, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys can continue because I'm in the middle of 2 or 3 emails that we need to send out.
Let us know.
Anybody know what the price is for the doctor and all that good stuff?
I'm going to find that out. Should have all the info by Monday evening. Monday evening, I will tell all.
Okay.
Weren't you saying something about it being done like under like a research project or whatever, and might actually not cost anything?
Exactly. That's what I'm hoping.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I hope it's not a setup.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not
be
a
careful.
setup. No, it's not a setup. This whole thing, I believe, is happening because of Dr. Beatrice Galom out at the University of California, San Diego.
Yeah, the doctor
I have been communicating with her for quite some time, ever since we approached Channel 5 in Boston. And we're still working at that too, but I'd like to slide down to the media, perhaps in Florida, because I've spoken with the FBI at length down there when there was a shooting. I wanted to actually find out if the FBI had the information that the suspect had turned into the FBI office, and that was that he was hearing voices and he was told to do these murders. So, and I also
Is that
talked
Marvin May?
No, this is
no, it's another young kid.
This is just
he ran over some people in Tampa, jogging his kid, guy and his child.
This is the shooting in Miami.
Shooting? Oh, okay.
That shooting.
There's a lot happening here in Florida.
Yeah, I guess. It was pretty quiet when I lived there.
Lauderdale? Frank?
Hey, Frank.
Excuse me? Yeah?
Yeah. Is it my understanding that the main doctor that we're focused on, do you have his name?
Yes, I do. Somebody has mentioned it already.
Being given out?
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's free. Yeah. Let me see if my docs have updated yet. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, you go out of state a little bit in your documents. Stay the same. Come on, update.
Anyway, his name is Michael Hoffer.
Hoffer.
Thank you. That's it.
Hang on. I need some spelling here. Just a minute. And you spell Michael
H-A-U-F-F-E-R.
M-I-C-H-A-L.
M-I-C-H-A-L.
A-E-L.
And then A-E-L.
Yeah.
And then the Hoffer.
H-O-F-F-E-R.
H-O. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Hoffer.
As it sounds, as it looks. Okay.
H-O-F-F-E-R.
And
I
heard
the facility was spectacular.
Well, the thing is that I got good advice. Is that before you go into the office with him, if he does pull an implant out of your ear or whatever, is that what does he plan to do with it? Is it yours? Sometimes these doctors take it and say it doesn't belong to you. Now that we have you in our room,
I think
That's when you
bio-
run out.
I think that's irrelevant.
I learned that lesson.
I think the minute that you
one
get out of your
one more question, guys.
Sure, go ahead,
I was
Mark.
wanting to ask. Yes, about Dr. Hoffer. What city or town is he in? His clinic where he does this?
He's in Miami.
Oh, way down there. And
the bottom.
I have a friend who is in Jupiter, and that would be like maybe an hour and a half to 2 hour drive, maybe. Do you know where? Does anyone?
Yeah, I know where Jupiter
know
is.
Florida?
Yeah, I know where Jupiter, Florida is too.
Yeah, what?
2 hours. Anybody
How far
from Florida
would you
know
say
where
that is?
Jupiter is.
With the traffic,
About
or
Yeah.
hour and a half, maybe.
2 hours with the traffic.
2 hours with traffic. Okay. All right.
We should have our own caravan parked outside his office.
Yeah, he's out of the university. He works out of the University of Miami.
About three hours away from it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna forego this for the present time because I don't want to miss everything that's going on the calls here. Yeah, so we've got some gold here. It's like panning for gold and coming up with a 3-pound nugget. So it's,
Yeah, really.
you
Or
know?
a penny.
Yeah, but this is looking really good. I'm pleased with it, and that's hard to do. Okay, Toomey, you want? Okay, I'll grab that email address if you don't mind.
Yes. Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Right. Yes. Okay. It's bloomy61 at Gmail.
Hold on a second.
GLOOMI. 61 at gmail.com.
All right, I got Toomey and Bloomy, so we gotta get them both here.
That's B as in boy. Think of Bloomingdale's. Bloomy,
Okay.
BLOOMIE, 61 at gmail.com. And just all of my electronics are being compromised. I have more landlines that I had thrown away that I had to plug in because all of my cell phones, I'm being hurt by my phone.
I had a question for Sandra.
Go ahead.
Sandra, do you know if they can inject anything into you that will dissolve the chips?
Oh, is that for me? Sorry, I was.
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry.
That's a question for Xander.
It is for me. Oh, do I know if we can put anything in you to dissolve the chip? I've never heard of that. I do know what I have heard of is at least that they're working on chips that will RFID specifically chips that will dissolve over time. And you want to use these because if you inject a suspect, quote unquote suspect, this is law enforcement purposes. Inject a suspect with an RFID chip that chirps their GPS location out, or chirps out their location so you can follow them around. Well, one of the problems is if you're in a big city and that sucker keeps chirping for years and years, you want it to. So they're developing ones that dissolve on their own after a certain amount of time. But I've never heard of one that's I didn't see anything that involves them injecting something to dissolve it rather than just pulling it out. I mean, if they have you somewhere where they can take a needle with some sort of substance and inject a good amount of it in there to dissolve the chip, then they have you in a situation where they can take a needle or maybe a small whatever laser scalpel or whatever and pull whatever's in there out. So
okay.
I don't think.
Bloomy, could you give me your address again?
Bloomy 6161. It's Bloomy 61 at
BLOOMIE
MIE 61 at gmail.com.
At Gmail.
Xander, there was a fella in Canada who had one of these things. I don't know how he came across it, but he said he had it in his palm of his hand, and the heat of his hand dissolved it. Even the wiring that was in it disappeared there, and then it disappeared. I think it's very much advanced within the past couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I saw the one about the dissolving chips, I don't know when the article was published, but the article that I actually saw that article about the dissolving chips in the last few weeks because I was looking up
the fellow was very disappointed
radar and methods of tracking, and I guess they got certain scent. They can actually spray a chemical on you that basically can sniff you out, basically for. But I would be. I mean, I know it's difficult for TIs because it's just so much. It's so overwhelming already with what you're dealing with, and then it's overwhelming because you get on the YouTube and the websites and you don't really know what to believe. But I would just say, and as a scientist, this is just my general view of the world, is that always be skeptical of anything you hear. Always be skeptical. And also, and this is a scientific principle as well, simpler answers are better. We call it, in the academia, we call it, in the academy, we call it parsimony is the word for that. Parsimonious. A parsimonious answer has less moving parts. So simpler answers are better than complex answers, and always be skeptical of anything you hear.
Don't offer information.
That's why when I talk to people, I always say, "You got a chip in you, huh? You got a chip out of you? Do you still have it? Oh, you don't still have it. Well, you got something in you that's putting out a frequency. What frequency is it? Have you listened to it? Have you recorded it?" And almost without exception, the answer is, "Oh yeah, they pulled it out, but I lost it. Oh yeah, it's in me, but It's like, well, you were running around with something in you that's doing whatever it's doing, tracking you, hurting you, whatever, however many years, and you haven't thought to pull it out and keep it. You haven't thought to it's transmitting a frequency. You haven't thought to record that. So be skeptical.
I told the Cleveland Clinic I wanted to take it out
and a lot of people just
and
full
they
of
locked me up.
I'm just saying in general. I mean, there was a lady I heard on Ella's show, and she said she did this and sued that and got this and went that, but her favorite phrase was, and I can't tell you, classified. It's like, oh yeah, so every single anything that you could do to substantiate your wild story is all classified. You can't tell us about it. Well, good job. I have no interest in listening to you. Maybe somebody else does, and maybe she's telling the truth. I don't know, but I have no interest in listening to her because I have interest in objective evidence. Evidence that we can take to other people. I'm not interested in stories. I'm interested in evidence. So I'm just a very boring person like that. I'm sorry if that sounds depressing.
I went in and, even if it's so painful sometimes, like Catherine Horton's video last night where she was crying with the cookie sheets over her head and everything, that has been me for years. And I don't mean to be whiny, but I went to the Cleveland Clinic 4 times. And I said, look, you guys, if you don't take it out, I will. And they said that I threatened suicide, and they locked me up. Just because I said, if you don't take this darn thing out, I'm somebody has to. It's hurting.
Yeah, and that's something, a good teaching point there for all TIs. You don't. If you're in the United States, at least in every state that I know of, you don't have to worry too much about being locked up in a mental institution, because what they're looking for is whether you're a harm to yourself or others. And in order to determine that, what they're looking for is demeanor. They're bureaucrats. Remember, these people are bureaucrats. They're purely looking at demeanor. So they want to see somebody that's passive and docile. Somebody that's passive and docile isn't a threat. And that's what they're looking for. So if you want to get out of a mental institution, or if somebody's trying to force you to talk to a mental institution you don't want to, or whatever, if you're in that sort of situation, remember, passive, docile, talk slow, stay calm, try to don't try to spit everything out at one time. Linear thinking. They look for whether or not your thinking is linear is one of their things. So they want you to take things step by step by step. They don't want you telling all these stories that go snake around, snake around, snake around. They want you to get straight to the point. That's linear thinking. If you're not thinking linearly, it's a checkbox. But the main checkbox is this person docile? Is this person passive? Because if you're docile and passive, then they're going to let you out, even if you're delusional. I've had doctors tell me, we let delusional people out all the time. We let people hallucinating out all the time. As long as they're not a threat to themselves or other, we have to. And we do it. And we're happy to, just get them out, because if we can't help them, we give them meds, we kick them out, So.
Yeah. But after you drive there for the fourth time and you think, well, somebody's going to help me, and they're all dressed up in their Halloween outfits, and you're like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad does it hurt? And you're saying a 10. And they're saying, well, sorry, we can't help you. Well, hey, guys, what am I supposed to do? You don't take this out of me.
That's when you on paper, that's when you say, okay, so every time you leave the hospital, discharge paperwork, and if hypochondria, which is the delusional belief that you're sick when you're not, if hypochondria isn't the diagnosis, then you got a problem. Then you go to a doctor and you say, why am I getting? I'm in pain, and there's nowhere on here does it say I have hypochondria. So why isn't my pain being listened to? Why aren't they trying to solve that? And then you get the medical records. Maybe they thought you were drug seeking. Maybe they thought you were what's called malingering. Malingering is to make up an illness. But if you're not diagnosed with malingering or hypochondria, or some sort of a delusional what they call psychosis, which is a delusional state where you're not in touch with reality. If psychosis, hypochondria, or malingering isn't on your medical report, and they're still not helping you, then that's when you go back. That's when you go to a different doctor and you show them, look, and you try, but you got to get things on paper. Everything has to be on paper because they're going to screw with you, even if they're not like stocking per click or whatever, or even if they're not in on it. These are bureaucrats, and bureaucrats don't like, they like passive sheep. They don't like people that are standing up for their rights, because people that stand up for their rights sue sometimes, and that's scary. So, even if they're not part of the whole thing, but if you sound like the type of patient that's really well informed and stands up for their rights, you might get screwed around a bit. So you always everything on paper always.
Thank you.
Hi, can I talk about the V2K that was stated earlier? I know Frank has that issue. So I watched the video from Truth from Gate Echo. Okay, so I was watching a video. The YouTube channel is called Truthtainment TV Network. The host of this is a man who's a TI. He's also well-informed. And I copy and pasted a text that he wrote, and this is about remote neural monitoring. Remote neural monitoring is a system using satellite-relayed electro-optics to measure, image, and transmit brain and nerve activity of an individual. This is a form of biotelemetry, which involves the application of telemetry in biology and biosensing and tracking to remotely monitor various vital signs of biological functions. So your chip might be much smaller than hers. So the nanotechnology in the air you breathe coats your brain and possibly your entire nervous system. This allows for all kinds of remote biotelemetry. They can track you by these nano transceivers that tell your heart rate, breathing patterns, even what you're thinking.
My intuition comes back to that all the time. Chemtrails. I don't know if that's the right term, upper atmosphere injection, but I swear after the chemtrails, problems. So I really agree with that from experience, but thank you for sharing the more scientific data.
All right, so this nanotechnology acts as artificial magnetites. Magnetites are minerals naturally found in the brain that give us natural psychic abilities, which enhances synthetic telepathy. Stun guns and EMP devices don't work to destroy these little nanoparticles like computer chips. Instead, they operate by magnetic energy. They can store and have information move through them, much like a computer hard drive. Information is stored magnetically. ELF, magnetic resonance, or brainwaves, are emitted by all living creatures. The aluminum in the chemtrails act as a superconductor antennas, and the barium salts act as signal interfacing, where information can be queried, much like quantum computing. So, if say,
Is that the same thing as smart stuff?
Well, I wanted to say
that Julian Assange mentioned smart dust.
Well, I wanted to say this, if you just let me finish. I went across the country, I went overseas, and I still heard them from Ohio. And wherever I go, they spread chemtrails. So if I went to a state park and there was no one there and the sky was clear, within a couple of hours, they spread chemtrails. They're using an incredible amount of expensive technology to spray on each one of us. So even if they remove her chip, she's still going to get tracked. You see? My mother was a TI from the 80s. She told me that they put something in her tooth. I was a child. I didn't question her authority. I didn't really think anything about it except I believe you, and that's horrible. If they take her chip out of her tooth, it won't matter. They'll still track her. The best thing is to prove that you have a chip to show the civilian population that it's true, that they are doing crimes against humanity, and we want to get the support of other civilians, non-military people. And so we need protests. I think that's the best thing, is to have large groups of us to come together, not online or on a conference call, but face-to-face, professional protesters, distributing information like we did in Chicago on TI Day, that we have to come together in large groups outside. And then when you prove that you have a chip, take documents of it, pass it out, give it to the public, show that it's true. If the fact that they would chip your breast, that's beyond sexism. That's a hate crime. It's violating your human rights, and it's a lawsuit. But after they take it out, if they do, they're still going to track you. So if we had people like Richard Lighthouse at a protest, Snowden didn't tell everything. Snowden gave a suggestion. He said, when you type your text, they're following your thoughts. He should have said they're reading your mind when you type your text on your computer. So if we have someone like Richard Lighthouse that will tell the public straight out in a public forum in a protest, yes, these are civilians, these are housewives, these are daughters and brothers, these are common American people, these are the folk of the United States being tortured to death by the United States government. We have to have protests.
But is it only the
2019.
United States government? Is it only the United States government? Julian Assange said it. Smart dust all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's in Morocco, it's in Spain, it's in Portugal, it's in China. But we live in the United States. See, you can't confirm China unless you go there.
But that does how many countries are in cahoots or under control of the United States, or is it only the United States as the ultimate problem, or is it multiple countries as the ultimate problem?
Targeting
all
every
of it's
in the
all
world.
of the nations of the world.
Right, but if you're to single
it's a
out
global.
one person is there one person to blame at the top?
No, there's not one person. There's thousands of people per county.
Right,
Each county
as
in
the
your
crime
state.
spreads
What
out.
I
But
think-
who's the ultimate authority? God? Do we have to sue God? You know, who is the ultimate authority? You see what I mean?
No, I'm saying that we have to get the back of the civilian population to have sympathy for us, like Katrina, like any horrible event that happens, that the civilians have to look at us and have compassion. We need to have protest. And so that's what I'm saying, is that we take our evidence to the public and say, this is what we endure as Americans. We don't live overseas. They do it in Italy. They do it in China. They do it. The worst place for this targeting is Europe. But we don't live there. We live in the United States. We have to protest here in 2019. But I went to Green Bank.
Right.
Still heard
Protests are important, but what about, is it the UN involved? Who are the main organizations that not only does the civilian population need to be awakened to it, but potentially infiltrating or taking down the organization?
Satellite companies. In my opinion, it's the bankers that supply the wealth to the satellite industry. So the individuals that run satellite companies, who organize cell phone towers to be distributed across the country, to Canada, up into Mexico, these are the people that you target. Protests, you can go to the Air Force Base, but it's the satellite companies that track us. Even if they use a drone, it's a computerized machine. Her device in her body can be taken out, but she has nano all through her brain. All of us do. They just pick and choose which people to torture. Most people don't know they have been mind hacked. I hear 20 people each day talk to me. See?
I'd say if you wanted to kind of narrow it down to the elite people, you know, that have kind of sent this down the pipeline, I'd probably, I guess the first place that I would probably look is who all's signatures were involved in the in Agenda 21. You know, that's just my thinking on it, though.
Right, and that's the Patriot Act.
Yeah, the Patriot Act.
Yeah, it's all the false flags, 9/11. But there's a lot of adults who are like in their 50s and 60s and 70s who lived in New York City and heard voices before 9/11. You know, I mean, there's elderly TIs that have been hearing voices for years, and just can't do anything about it. My mother is one of these people. She's 75. This is
I believe my
this
mother
is
is too.
before InfraGard. This is before the Patriot Act. This is, you know. So I don't know. I mean, she travels and she hears the same asshole, and so do I. You know, you can't escape it. But I personally think the satellite companies should be targeted, and these psychopaths that put up these cell phone towers. Even if you go, like, the 5G people, especially because they're in the Southwest and California, you know, you go to the desert. If you go to the desert, if you live out there, the cell phone towers are out. You can't escape. They don't want you to fucking be free. They're taking away our freedom to think. They're reading your mind. That's basically the gist of why this is happening. They're reading your mind, and they're torturing those who do not submit.
Right. The only way.
The longer you don't submit, the harder your life is going to be. But just today, I swear, today was one of the worst days, and now it's over because the hive mind is asleep. They all went to sleep. And Frank knows what I'm talking about. Like, you have like a bunch of perps that read your mind, then they pass out. You get like a few hours to yourself, but they're still looking at what you see. They hear what you hear. They can even smell what you smell. This is way past the chip in your breast. It's past the chip in your tooth. Like I told my mother, how can they hear me? It's 2018. It was the 80s when they were talking to her. And they did the same program. So I think we should look at the public like all activists do. Just try to get them to look at us with sympathy and compassion and you want them to feel sorry for us, ultimately. Like, those poor people, I can't believe they're suffering.
Well, the way that I look at it is that instead of trying to, gain sympathy, which I don't believe will happen, if the thing is to make everybody so painfully aware that this is happening. Like I'm absolutely positive there are good people that are actually perpetrating some of these things against TIs, and they just don't know it. They think that they're doing something righteous. And so to make people painfully aware that these things can't be ignored, that's really the only way that you can, I guess, overcome something that's so overwhelmingly against or at odds with us. Because people are going to have to start waking up or opening their eyes.
Right, but see, you have to tell, so for instance, a lot of single mothers get targeted. But and I asked myself, why would a single mother? Because they're pedophiles. Right. You're going to target a mother and her child because you want to watch that kid. You're a sick pervert that's working for the NSA. There's all kind of angles. You do your court cases. I'm trying to collect evidence, and it's tough when they're crippling me. They're shooting me in my feet and my legs. I used to hike mountains. Now I can barely walk down the street. But
it's an uphill battle.
I talked to the police. I gave the police department my evidence. One cop said, "I believe you, but it looks like this is over our heads. We're not going to be able to stop this." That's what he said.
Right.
And he also said that he believed that the California fires were intentionally done. There are people with power that believe us, but
yeah, it's going to take another.
And you know what? It's like you're saying, dude. I emailed the militia.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not really interested in passive. These perps are civilians. These assholes are just like stray dogs walking across the country. And I emailed the militia and said, look, a gun is useless. They don't use guns anymore. But you have to help us. We need help.
May I add?
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, may I add too?
Sure.
Yeah, at least you're getting the police to communicate with you on that level. In the town that I live in, I kind of wore out my welcome with, I guess I was pestering them or going down there far too much. And they had better things to do, I guess, than to mess with my problems, even though it was them that were more than probably them that was behind my torture. But and I would say feel safe in saying that. But I I very much admire the fact that you have a talking relationship with your department, your police down there where you are, and that you are able to communicate with them. They won't communicate. About the only way that they would communicate through or with me would be through the councilman, and I know 3 or 4 council people on the city hall that I can go down there and talk freely. They don't call backup or security when I show up. They know that I'm one of the targeted people here in this town that are highly on a watch list, you might say. And the councilmen on our council here know and trust me enough to not. I have had 2 incidences where a sheriff or a deputy sheriff showed up and was standing there hearing out my questions and concerns. So, but that was over 2 years ago. So that I'm doing well in that regard. But yeah, it's a good thing that you are able to have that relationship with the police in your area. You have not worn out your welcome like I have.
Oh, I have.
Pretty much what.
Let me tell you, they are crippling me, right?
Yeah, well, they are.
And not every cop, like one officer said to me, they said, well, I don't know if that's true, but if you can prove that you're being followed by cars, you just have to get the license plate of a multiple stalker. I said, okay. The next officer said, I don't believe you, but if it's true,
there are those in the department that are so corrupted and covertly receiving instructions where the rest of the department doesn't know it. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And it's a small handful, one bad apple in the barrel, you know.
Well, and
That's
I talked
the scenario.
I called the FBI. You know how we call the FBI and they hang up on us? So I thought, well, okay, let me try to pretend like this is a job. And so I called again, and when I changed my language, I didn't bring up directed energy weapons. I didn't bring up voice to skull. I simply said human trafficking, that they were drug trafficking and that they were trafficking people and they were using the internet. And then they didn't hang up on me. And then she asked for my evidence. And it's because when you get V2K, you talk to these people. The people that talk to me are not from the NSA. They're just poor crackheads. I've got names, social security numbers, addresses, medical experiences, how many children they have. I data mine my perps, and then every time I get new data, I type it into a Microsoft document, I write it down, and I send it to the sheriff's department.
Good. You should
I don't give a shit if they believe me or not. I want to live, and I want us all to prove that this is happening. I don't want us to, like I know there's a lot of victims that have killed themselves, and so even that's murder. If we could prove that even suiciding us is murder.
Yes, it is.
Recording all of those phone calls too, even the hang-ups. Anytime that you make an important call like that, record even the hang-ups. The hang-ups are very telling as well.
Yeah, the police you're talking about the police hanging up on your call?
Oh, the FBI.
Yeah, record that.
FBI, police, anyone in law enforcement or an agency like that. I wanted to ask about the discussion tonight, focused and centered around the doctor down there in Florida. That is it my understanding that he has, according to Frank, a close you might say, colleague who is out of California, and that's pretty much the only ones that are willing to stick their necks out this far. And what is the service that's provided? What is going on with
He's a doctor, and he's going to check you out.
Oh, Frank, you're on the call. You're with us still.
Of course I am.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought you kind of went somewhere for a little bit, but
no.
Yeah, and so he's going to check us out and do old-fashioned X-rays.
No. They have brand new equipment that they've spent millions on to develop just for the diplomats. So it's my understanding that they looked at it in quite a different manner. So I think we can find a doctor who's going to actually find something 100 times deeper than Dr. Staninger.
And if it happens the way that I'm thinking, and like it usually happens, the domino effect occurs after that. They start coming out of the woodwork.
No, what's going to happen is they're going to be looking for us, all right?
Yeah.
And just be straight up and let them check you out. That's all.
Now, you're talking they will be looking for us. They'll be hanging out there inside the waiting area of the clinic, possibly while we're checking in and waiting to be checked out. That kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
That's everywhere. That's all the time. It's no different, really, than what we're suffering already. But it'll update. It'll be beefed up. They will be watching us a lot closer than they are now.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh, good Lord! Their eyebrows are raised. If they raise them any further, they'll pull their dentures out of their stupid heads or whatever. You know, they're very, very much on the sly about our conversations tonight. There's a lot of listening in going on, and the infiltrators and stuff that are reporting back, or it goes to the big computer and gets distributed the way it needs to the CIA, the FBI, the local police. There in Florida, where he is located, this doctor, and but there are two doctors.
Can I say something about that, about them listening? I think that, really, ultimately, we represent the future, and that we are being documented as people who are antagonistic against mind control. And who gives a shit if they are watching us? Because in 100 years, in 50 years, they will have on their stupid Fusion Center computer a list of people who are for justice and for liberty and freedom. And it hurts. It's painful. They kick your ass just like a slave, just like an African slave. You're getting whipped. Now you know what it's like to be a slave. It's horrible.
Well, yeah.
And you want to be like Harriet Tubman. And who cares if they're going to be in the lobby? They will shoot you in the head sitting there. They may or may not, but they shoot you in your house. They shoot you at the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? They're going to come after you no matter what. But large numbers of people going to Florida, they will be so intimidated by that.
So who's going to win, Rick or Morty?
The people that are going to show up in Florida will have only one doctor. Frank, I'm talking to you. I'm asking you a question. That say 35 to 50 people show up to this doctor's office all at once. And how long is it going to take him to look us over per person?
You got to give him a break. He's got scheduling. He's going to.
Oh, sure.
He's going to schedule each and every one of us. So,
all right.
That has to
It'll be by appointment.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, and yes, and who is going to keep up with the announcements of the list of names that are going to go, who want to go, and who could we expect a call from to let us know your appointment is at so and so, blah blah blah.
I will try and do the coordinating if I can.
That's
how much is it? How much does it cost? Is it covered by insurance?
As I mentioned earlier, I will have all of the details Monday evening on the Monday evening call.
Okay.
I will have plane fares. I will have bus fares. I will have charter fares. I will have the whole 9 yards.
All right.
Then you can ask me questions.
And then all right. The earliest that this will start up is in February?
The earliest it will start up is very soon. I don't know why you've
very
limited.
Soon. Yeah.
Well, anyways, Frank, I already made an appointment. And
go.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, so it takes at least a month and a half to get an appointment to see him. So, anybody who wants to go see him, right now is a month and a half. So, actually, it's closer to 2 months.
That's not my understanding because I came at it from a different angle.
Oh no, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
For each individual to get there and actually be seen is close to 2 months. I just made my appointment today, and it's not till February 25th.
Like I say, I approached it from a little different angle than you did.
No, there's no problem. I'm just saying, it's fine. I don't think it can get a whole group of people down there, and all be seen at once. That's what I'm saying.
No. That's what I just said. Okay, it has to be coordinated, and he has a schedule that we have to respect. But I, like I say, have gone at it from a different angle.
Yeah,
we all come from a different angle.
Well, we come from the same angle. Okay.
Well, I have to.
What I'm trying to say is, and what I meant was, I didn't come at it from one person. I came at it from a group of people.
Yeah.
So which one? So who wins, Rick or Morty? Is God being sued in the end, or is it the devil? And which is which?
We'll go after we'll speak with the doctor first and see what happens. Get examined.
So the Dr. House is the saint at the end of the story. Is that the joke? I'm sorry to be so sarcastic. Hopefully people can laugh again, but at the same time, the trust level is a really important thing to heal and solve. And there's a lot of angles that honestly, Frank, bring up questions, from everybody's perspective.
I said, I think 2 hours ago that I would have all the answers Monday evening.
Yeah, thanks. And God has all the answers always, apparently. I'm sorry if this sounds abusive to anybody. I probably should just mute the phone at this point in time.
Give him a break. Hi, Journey.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to mute my phone.
Okay. I guess. Sure, go right ahead.
I do know that there's a lot of different entities in the world looking at these chips and looking at what they can do. And I also know that in one sector, it's coming out of, at least in the mental health sector, I've done some research, and what I see is it's coming to the NIH and through SAMHSA Trauma Informed Care, which is TI Care, and they are a Tavistock-funded institution, and they have a mandate from Tavistock. So Tavistock has a lot of the responsibility for at least the brainwashing and I think the torture, because trauma-informed care is really torture-informed care. And if you want to look further into that, you can also look into what Alfred McCoy has been reporting for a very long time, which is the Phoenix program and no-touch torture, because in the Phoenix program, they chipped the Vietnamese and then they would torture them remotely. So they were doing it with the CIA back in the Vietnam era in Vietnam, and he has a really good video about this, about how they chipped the people and then they tortured them. So it's nothing, we know it's nothing new, but you can also then look further back. You can find the cult behaviors coming out of Aldous Huxley and Gregory Bateson and the Macy's conferences in the 40s and 50s, and trying to create schizophrenia in people. And Gregory Bateson was extremely interested in the double bind and creating schizophrenia in people. And before that, you know, you can look back to Huxley and the guys that were his friends, which was Crowley, and the guys that then did Scientology and were the remote viewers, such as what is that guy's name? I don't know if it was Puthoff, and there was another fellow who has a really nice name. He's quite clairvoyant, and they did the remote viewing. So they were starting to put together the whole idea of being able to look through people as video cameras and then create the schizophrenia into the torture and then control their brains and their bodies and make them into robots. So that was all starting way back then. And, you know, you fast forward to this program, all you have to do is look at 9/11 and the people that did that and where this is coming from, because it's the same PNAC committee. And PNAC has a fellow on it. His name is Michael Vickers. And he wrote a piece he worked on a piece from 1975 or 1995 to 2001. I think he published it. And it's called Authoritarian Political Warfare. And out of that, he also did game warfare, and it's a game, and you know, Brian too talks about this, and you can look today at a committee that's called the Center for I forget exactly the name, but it's budgetary adjustments, and it's a budgetary center out of the military, and it's an organization. It has a .org. I think it's CSBA and I think it's CSBA.org, and they are talking about counterterrorism, and also, well, it used to be counterterrorism, but now it's this new thing, and it's called authoritarian political warfare, and they're starting to look at doing counter warfare for it, counter authoritarian warfare. But they've got a good video on their homepage, and this is a kind of warfare that goes on in Russia and China and has gone on always, because they have these big populations and they're communists, so they've always needed to control their people. And America has gotten a hold of this and taken it, you know, 100 times further, and it incorporates both torture and brainwashing. It's very interesting what they're doing. And this fellow, Michael Vickers, who was on the PNAC committee and wrote this, and you can look up that PNAC list and you'll find him on there, and it notes him as writing this, and he's from the CIA. He worked for the CIA, he now works with the BEA systems with the head of DHS, who's Chertoff. And Chertoff and him are both on the board now for BEA systems. In fact, I think they're no longer resident board members, they're remote board members. But those are the guys that put this together for Department of Homeland Security and CIA and did all of this stuff and made up this kind of warfare along with, Aquino, etc. And these guys all the way back to Huxley. So, you look at this PNAC group, they're the ones that did 9/11, and they put together this little deal for controlling the people after 9/11. So, I'm not a researcher, I'm an artist, and I'm just telling you what I've found. I could really use some help doing the research, but I can tell you, I'm seeing the whole string go all the way. I can tell you it also goes, once it goes through the NIH and the SAMHSA Trauma Informed Care, there's people on that board for the bioethics committee out of the University of Pennsylvania that also, they're doctors. There's Ezekiel Emanuel, who's the brother of Rahm Emanuel.
And it's all linked. And I've seen the same thing.
It's on that board at the bioethics, and he sits on Harvard J. Edmund Saffer Committee of Ethics, which is where Aaron Swartz died from that. He was sitting on that committee when he committed suicide, supposedly. And that J. Edmund Saffer Committee, that center out of Harvard, that is chaired by Jacob Rothschild. And J. Edmund Saffer ran the Bank of New York. And the person that targeted me worked at the Bank of New York in the 90s. And they are the ones that got charged for the rape of Russia. So there you go. It all goes together. And that was a Wall Street banker that targeted me. Okay? And so they were making billions. They got charged $8 billion for doing the rape of Russia as a punishment for what they did. But they transferred $100 billion over there in Russia. And when they did that, they took all the assets of Russia and they learned how to strip countries. And they figured out that they can actually strip the people too. And that's what this is. And so it's a combination of a number of people, but they're all high level connected. They're all very smart. They're all Harvard, I would say they're all Harvard MBAs, but the guy that targeted me was. And the Harvard MBAs are well known for doing the rape of Russia. And that rape of Russia, the repercussions from those oligarchs is still happening. You go look at the treasury.gov, you'll find all kinds of information about it there. And how they're trying to get a hold of what happened. And this is still going on. And, it's just moved over to our country, and they're now taking our DNA, they're taking our land, they're taking our birth.
Ma'am, we realize all of this.
That's a lot of stuff.
I appreciate your comments.
I don't mean to go on, but I just want to say that's where it's coming from.
Please tell me where the doctor is. I'm right down in Florida. I would like to go.
I wanted to say something that's on a lighter note. That writers for Saturday Night Live, they only take Ivy League students. Because I was pressured into doing comedy, and I refused. In my targeting, so they were trying to profit off of me. And then I found out that I was like, "Oh, Saturday Night Live, that's great." But a lot of these, all of the systems are coming out of Ivy League schools, even Saturday Night Live. That's why the jokes suck right now.
Tell me about it. Did any of you see the movie Get Out?
Oh, yeah, and he's got another movie coming out. It's another horror movie. You should look at the trailer for his new movie. It's so scary.
Well, the reason why I was saying that is because that's the person that wrote that movie is out of my daughter's alma mater.
The guy that wrote the movie for Get Out?
Get Out. He's from Vassar.
Oh, that was about our targeting.
Yeah, it was about, and you know what I saw just last night, which is switching the TV on. I don't normally watch it, and I just realized that watching this old movie, Trading Places, was a targeted movie. It was the guy was targeted. Anyone remember that movie, Targeted? Trading Places.
Right, and you know my mother, because she was watching me make this helmet with covered in magnets, and she watched Get Out, and she said, because we watched it separately, and she said, oh, you know, in the end of the movie, the guy had the helmet and the car with him, and she's like, this movie's about you. And it was with such love that she said that, and I was so glad that she went to go see that.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's about synthetic telepathy, mind control, rich people attacking our minds.
That was out of FAFSA, so see, that's close to an Ivy. So that's how they're thinking. But then I was just surprised looking at Trading Places that came out. If someone were to see that, look at that with new eyes, now that we know what we know, it was the guy was targeted in there. Eddie Murphy, a guy from, they decided to target this person to see if they could make him become another type of person, if they would take his money away, take his job, take his girlfriend. And I think that was the Dan Aykroyd. It was Dan Aykroyd's role in Eddie Murphy. And it's just that I was watching it 2 nights ago, and I'm looking at it with new eyes.
The Body Snatchers.
Have
you seen the Body Snatchers?
There's another one that's Max Headroom, where the reporter gets targeted by the company that created Blipverts, where they beam the mind control advertisement into people's heads, and then their heads explode.
What's the name of it?